Good evening and welcome to the Jinn&Tonic show on this Friday, the 9th of June, 2017. Hopefully we will get some more viewers coming in and perhaps a couple of panelists. And what we're going to start with this evening is the fitra, or the innate claim that all humans have this innate fitra within them across the world. This is obviously a Muslim claim, and we'll look at that. I've put together a short presentation which we'll go over just to see if there's any substance to this claim. And a little hint, there's very little substance to it. Welcome, Stops. How are you, my good sir?
How I am muted.
You were. You're loud and clear now. I hope you are well. Okay, we'll just see how many viewers we've got. We've only got a couple of people at the moment, so we'll just give it a few moments. Anything new on your side? You obviously saw the London attack last Saturday.
Yep.
Again. I don't know if you find it strange. I do sort of find it strange that we're not getting Mormons or Christians or Jains or Scientologists that are reliably sort of killing people in this vein.
I think this is very strange. Yeah, of course.
I think somebody should sort of look into that a bit more deeply. And I wonder if there's any correlation.
Well, I'm just watching this what's his face again? Mansour.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Talking to an atheist girl who is thoroughly bored, by the way. But the thing is, what strikes me as odd is that he makes all these claims and nobody challenges him. He says that anybody who is violent in any way is not a Muslim. Now, how many Muslims, how many millions does that suddenly exclude from the Ummah? Why are they still talking about 1.5 billion when so many are so violent and they are never, like criticized? They say you're not allowed to do that and it's not part of Islam and blah, blah, blah. But I have never, ever in my life heard anyone say whoever is a Muslim who stones a woman to death is not a Muslim and he is whatever. I don't understand why you don't get these people say that. Why is it that a Muslim will not criticize another Muslim no matter how bad he is? They would rather say he's not a Muslim instead of saying he's a Muslim and he's an asshole for believing this. Yes, the Quran tells you to kill people, but you're not supposed to follow this.
Yeah, well, the moment yes, that would be a better way of doing it, I guess. But I see the huge reluctance for one Muslim to criticize another.
Yeah.
And that goes, across anything. Occasionally some Muslims will come to me, as they did at Speaker's Corner last Sunday, to say they agreed with the video. But of course that was off camera. And so I'm sort of left wondering, why is that? But I think maybe there's this whole community thing and you are shunned maybe, or whatever the case is, if you speak against another Muslim because you're all brothers. But it almost seems like they can say or do anything, and nobody's gonna publicly say anything against it, except of course if they do something violent, then you'll get somebody saying something. But if they say something incorrect or dishonest or disingenuous, then you don't hear a lot, or you only hear it very quietly. Which is a bit of a concern for me personally. So let me just have a look at something here.
I'm wondering if this is going to work if I take a different monitor and do the Jinn&Tonic show comment section, and then on the other one do the hangout.
So I'm just having a look here. I'm not sure, somebody's saying in the comments here that Qur'an 2:170 is evidence of the fitra claim. When I'm looking at Qur'an Surah 2, Ayah 170, it doesn't seem to say that.
Evidence of the fitra claim. MK. All right, let me quickly call that the fitra claim.
Have a look. Actually, I didn't go, and obviously, we all take it as as granted that the Quran makes this claim, or is interpreted to make this claim. And even in my presentation, I didn't actually go and look for the verse. I just used some of the apologetics that were on offer from somebody who most people will recognize. And I'll go through that, and then we can discuss that and anything else that comes up. MK, maybe you can find the correct one, or Stops might be finding it as we speak, because there is actually at least one, if not more than one, Quranic verse that is supposed to represent the fitra, as in saying that it is the fitra. So that would be useful to.
Dawah response team, fine-tuning, incest, Maryam, slavery, testimony, trusting testimony.
Hang on, I think I might have it here. Let me just see. That's the one thing I just didn't pull, was the actual. It doesn't say which verse, but basically every newborn child is born in a state of fitra. Then his parents make him a Jew, a Christian, or a Magian, just as an animal is born intact. Do you observe any among them that are maimed at birth? It doesn't actually provide the surah for that. Maybe somebody can tell us which one it is specifically. I've got my online Qur'an here, so there's no way to search by. No, there's no way to search by verses. Let's see. No. Let's see if it gives it to me like this, just so we know which verse it is. Quick look here. There we go. And which verse is this? Doesn't say. Anyway, I'm sure we can find it. Let me share my screen, and as I go along, Stops, you can always just jump in and say something. I'm going to share the screen now and do it through a presentation, so I won't actually see what's on the screens because it takes over the screen. So let me just do that. Okay, so this evening we're going to talk about the fitra, and what we'll do to start with is a summary of the fitra. So the fitra, or fitra with an H, is an Arabic word that has no exact English equivalent, although it has been translated as primordial human nature and as instinct or common sense. According to Islamic theology, human beings are born with an innate inclination of tawhid, oneness, which is encapsulated in the fitra, along with compassion, intelligence, Ishan, and all other attributes that embody what it is to be human. I do notice there they don't sort of talk about any of the negative attributes. It clearly only seems to relate to positive attributes. So here's the argument for the fitra by somebody most of us know, Hamza taught us, and it's in a form of a syllogism. For those that don't know, that's generally a number of premises and a conclusion. So number one, if God does not exist, the fitra does not exist. Premise two, the fitra exists. Conclusion, therefore God exists. So we'll go through this now and see what explanation he has for that, and we can discuss it further afterwards. Explaining premise one. This is everything in black is what's Hamza taught us written, and everything in red is either my response that I've got or quoted from other people. So explaining premise one. The existence of the fitra can only be explained by God's existence, as the fitra cannot be explained via social pressure or biology. It's a very strong claim. The innate disposition to believe in God has no evolutionary forerunner, and it transcends social pressures. Social pressure is not an adequate explanation for the fitra, as many children across various cultures display the natural inclination to believe in God. As Dr. Justin Barrett, a senior researcher at the University of Oxford Centre for Anthropology and Mind states, quote, "If we threw a handful on an island and they raised themselves, I think they would believe in God," unquote. Dr. Barrett also states, quote, "The preponderance of scientific evidence for the past 10 years or so has shown that a lot more seems to be built into the natural development of children's minds than we once thought, including a predisposition to see the natural world as designed and purposeful, and that some kind of intelligent being is behind that purpose, unquote. So in regards to the fitra that cannot be explained via social pressure or biology, and the claim that no evolutionary forerunner and it transcends social pressures, these are very strong claims and need a very strong arguments which aren't evident, since they basically assert that it's impossible to explain the fitra by any other means other than asserting the God explanation. So obviously what we've got here is certain very strong claims. Now imagine I said it cannot be explained via God. Now I would need to give very good justifications for that, and of course we're not getting that. Now also the claim of many children across various cultures display the natural inclination to believe in God. Again, this claim needs to be supported, because if it's solely based on Olivia Petrovich's work, she looked at children over the age of 3 in Western theism and in Japan, which would hardly constitute various cultures. So what does Professor A.C. Grayling have to say about Justin L. Barrett? So obviously I've taken a little bit of this from my video in his article, Children of God. But Barrett and his friends infer that from the first half of these unexceptional facts, that children are hardwired to believe in a supreme being. Not only does this ignore the evidence of developmental psychology about the second stage of cognitive maturation, but is in itself a very big and obviously hopeful jump indeed, unquote. Quote, moreover, it ignores the fact that large tracts of humankind, the Chinese for numerous example, have no beliefs in a supernatural being, innate or learned. Barrett and his friends say that children are hardwired to believe that nature is designed. This Barrett infers, apparently by asking small children such questions as, why is the stone pointed? It does not seem to have occurred to him that the semantics of why questions are such that they demand an explanation in terms of reasons or causes in response. A.C. Grayling goes on to say the Templeton Foundation is rich. It offers a very large prize money to any scientist or philosopher who will say things friendly to religion, and it supports research, as described above, into anything that will add credibility and respectability to religion. So we need to be a little bit cautious of anything that's funded by the Templeton Foundation. Generally speaking, and in my experience having looked through this, they generally fund people who are very friendly, either are theists already or extremely friendly towards theism, so they can make this sort of link between science and religion. Justin L. Barrett then responded to Grayling and said, quote, had Grayling attended the seminar as Brown did or read my book, Why Would Anyone Believe in God?, he would know that I do not say that religion is hardwired or innate. Rather, the children have propensities to believe in gods because of how their minds naturally work. So there's a big difference between being hardwired or innate and having a propensity. And here Justin Barrett states it himself in the article. Let's move on to explaining premise 2. There are many reasons why the fitra exists. Some of these include revelation. The Qur'an and the Sunnah mention the concept of the fitra. Reasons why the...
Rob,
yes.
I just found the 172 because MK said, okay, 7.172 he claims is evidence for the fitra, but it's not. It's the same, you need to interpret it, you need to look at the words and then change them, make them look something else. All it says is when your Lord brings forth from their loins the offspring of the children of Adam, he makes them witnesses over themselves and asks, am I not your Lord? Indeed, they reply, we bear witness. Least you should say on the day of resurrection, we are not aware of this. So, like the children of Adam, can you give me a 3-week-old child who says, we bear witness? We were not aware of this. A child will never do this. I mean, the age of conscience is somewhere around what, 11, 12, 13, but not before that. Before that, you cannot grasp the concept of a God. So the 7.172 is only the children of Adam. Just the word children means that they are descendants of Adam. So you can't just say they are children. This is, if it says the word children, that means they are kids. No?
Yes, as in young,
exactly.
Young children. Yeah, I'm with you. There is another verse, and when I'm finished here, we'll have a look for that, because that's obviously one, but there is another one that seems to say a little bit more clearly than that. Okay, so carrying on here, the reasons why the fitra exists and the revelation of the Quran and the Sunnah that mention the concept. I want to get clear here, and obviously I'm open for somebody to challenge me. In my view, the Quran is a book of claims, not evidence of anything. The Quran is not the reason why the fitra supposedly exists. It simply claims that the fitra exists. The fitra could exist in theory, whether the Quran did or not. So revelation is not a reason, it's just a claim. Let's move on to his next reason, which is social historical. Throughout time, every society has had its people sanctify and revere something higher than them. Even communist societies portrayed such traits. Any look at the communist statues and people's reverence for figures such as Lenin indicate this. Here's a study. I'll post the link afterwards if people are interested. It's on screen, but if you want a clickable link, here's a study that explains why that might be the case. And here's a little part out of this. Another experiment confirmed that one means of re-establishing control is to believe in the existence of externally controlling God. The experiment tested levels of religious belief before and after a task, in which they asked people to remember past events that they had no control over. After the test, belief in God as a controlling entity increased. So as I say, I'll post this link afterwards, and then you can have a look into this as to there are reasons why people will believe, natural reasons that have nothing to do with God per se. Additionally, people were not educated about the natural world as we are today, and as studies show, people attribute teleology to mysteries, which very often is replaced with a scientific, naturalistic explanation as noted below. Quote, no matter what their religious beliefs, college-educated adults frequently agree with purpose-seeking yet false explanations of natural phenomena. For example, finches diversified in order to survive, for instance. And again, there's a link to the New Scientist article. So then another reason is psychological. So Bruce Hood, a professor of developmental psychology at Bristol University, stated, quote, our research shows that children have a natural, intuitive way of reasoning that leads them to all kinds of supernatural beliefs about how the world works, unquote. And our good friend, Dr. Olivia Petrovich, according to Olivia Petrovich, an expert in psychology of religion, belief in God is not taught but develops naturally, unquote. So Professor Hood, when I looked this up, Professor Hood is a psychologist at Bristol University, as mentioned, believes that religion is similar to children's belief in imaginary friends. This is rather telling. Quote, our research shows that children have a natural, intuitive way of reasoning that leads them to all kinds of supernatural beliefs about how the world works, he said. As they grow up, they overlay these beliefs with more rational approaches, but the tendency to illogical, supernatural beliefs remains as religion. So I'm not sure he's the best person to quote for such a thing. Hood is convinced that superstitious beliefs are inevitable and even beneficial to humans. For example, he argues that essentialism is beneficial to social interactions since it allows humans to overcome objectification and attribute uniqueness to other humans. However, Hood clearly differentiates between secular and religious beliefs, where secular supernatural beliefs are universally applicable across cultures and religious beliefs are culturally specific. So I read that people will believe in something, quote, supernatural, be it a ghost, a gaseous form or whatever the case is. That may well be, and we're not entirely sure. And in fact, I will come across something a little bit later on that will put this in doubt in any case. But there's the link if you want to read a bit more about this fella, because I hadn't heard of him before. And here's my good friend, or not, Olivia Petrovich, who's a Christian, not an atheist, was interviewed and said, quote, I've also established that children's natural concepts of God aren't purely anthropomorphic. They certainly acquire a conception of God as man through their religious education, but no child actually links the representation of, for example, God as Jesus with the creator of the world. Rather, their images of God, the creator, correspond with abstract notions like gas, air, and a person without a body. In an interview with SNS, I think it's Spiritual and something, the interviewer asked, from your research, do you think it's possible that the inclination towards religion or spirituality is universal? And Petrovich answers, quote, I think possibly is the precise word to use here. I can't be more certain than that because I have only worked with children aged 3.5 upward, and that's already an old age when it comes to basic understandings, some of which are in evidence in the first year of their life. Moving on to the philosophical, which in my view is the only or the last refuge for anybody with religious beliefs. The belief in God can be considered as a properly basic belief that requires no rational justification, just like the assumption for scientific naturalism that the external world exists is a properly basic belief that cannot be proven. I know. I'll go through this now. I reject both of those, but we'll talk about that now. In modern foundationalism, which was what was quoted, philosophical theories of knowledge resting upon justified beliefs are held to be properly basic if they are either a self-evident axiom or incorrigible. Incorrigibility is a property of a philosophical proposition which implies that it is necessarily true simply by virtue of being believed. A common example of such a proposition is René Descartes' cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. In Reformed epistemology, beliefs are held to be properly basic if they are reasonable and consistent with a sensible view of the world. And this is what Tsortzis appears to be borrowing from in his attempting to argue for God as a properly basic belief. I would reject the properly basic belief and refer to modern foundationalism, which said another way is only self-attesting beliefs like I think therefore I am or the laws of logic are views that I would hold as properly basic. So somebody comes to me with a properly basic belief of God exists or that the world around us, the scientific world view is a properly basic. I would reject both of those because when I looked into this self-attesting, so when I say self-attesting, what I mean is in order for them to be false, they have to be assumed. So like our existence, like the laws of logic, when we open our mouth and have a conversation, we assume the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, the law of excluded middle. We can't have a rational conversation without assuming those laws of logic exist. And so they are what I would term, or not my term, actually somebody else's, self-attesting. They are true. They are assumed to be true, even in order to be talked about or to try to falsify it, you have to assume them to be true. So this view of properly basic belief, which is actually borrowed from Alvin Plantinga, so it's a lot more advanced than what Tsortzis probably understands or knows, I would reject that on its face. And I think most non-believers would as well.
Yeah, but don't they sound cute? Like when Tsortzis or this Sabur guy, when they quote all these big words and things, thinking they're really making an impact, I think this is so cute.
I know, and I think that's what I've noticed as well with some people. And again, this is not all Muslims, so I'm going to be very clear that I'm not painting every Muslim with the same brush. Not every Muslim is a, quote, sheep in that sense. But I do notice that there are debate tactics, and that's one of them, is to bring up, you know, as you say, some of these words that many of us have not looked up. It's easy enough to look it up, but you wouldn't know it in normal conversation. And then you quote one or two people that, you know, sound impressive. And most people, like you quite rightly mentioned as well, Stops, they won't go and look into this. They will just accept it because it sounds good. And so it's kind of like I'm arguing, I'm going to baffle you, or I'm going to sound very confident and just throw out a lot of things. And the more I do that, because I used to do a bit of psychology, or NLP as it was called, and there's a level of certainty. So you can, you know, Darren Brown has done this beautifully. If anybody's never heard of Darren Brown, go look him up on the internet. He's gone over to the US as an example and pretended to be somebody that could speak to God. And he's fooled everybody in audiences and actual people who claim to speak to God as well. And so he's been able to do the same thing. And he just claims that he's got, you know, the ability to read people in the sense of, you know, just using tricks. So he's quite clear that he's not doing any of that. He's an atheist anyway. And so, you know, there's a propensity for people to believe things if there's a lot of certainty and some things in there that maybe sound very, like you say, intelligent or whatever the case is. Those things combined often overwhelm the limited intellect that most people have, and so they go along with it. So, yeah, absolutely.
It's actually worse with Darren Brown. He went and taught somebody just a couple of moves and phrases.
That's right. I saw that, and he went and did that. He went to that sort of to that church, didn't he?
Yeah.
If you go look it up on the internet, I'll see if I can find the link for it. And the guy even felt very uncomfortable, sort of lying about it and pretending that he was, you know, speaking to God. But even though he was such a novice and he was, you know, very nervous, he still managed to do a reasonable job, you know, with Brown's help.
But it's like you say, it's the propensity, and this just sort of strings it along. I mean, you could bullshit people as long as they are willing to believe all this.
That's right. Yeah, if they're already, that's what I say. I do make. I'll wait till the end. Remind me, stop, so I'll do it right at the end. But I do make a universal claim about all theists. Remind me at the end, and I'll do that. I'll just finish this. It's not that they're necessarily sheep, although some people could argue that. I won't necessarily do that, but I will make a universal claim at the end. So another reason that Tortoise gives for supporting his premises is developmental. Professor Paul Bloom, a psychologist at Yale University in Connecticut, whose department has studied morality in babies for years, said, quote, a growing body of evidence suggests that humans do have a rudimentary moral sense from the very start of life. With the help of well-designed experiments, you can see glimmers of moral thought, moral judgment, and moral feeling even in the first year of life. Some sense of good and evil seems to be bred into the bones. What can we infer from Professor Paul Bloom's studies? Well, we can infer that young children have a rudimentary moral sense of morality. That tells us nothing about the origins of such morality. In my view, this isn't an argument for the fitra unless Tortoise can establish that no other position can account for morality apart from a belief in God, with all the issues that entails. So if you're putting this forward as a reason, then and you're claiming that it is, then you have to rule out every other possibility, because if there is some other possible origin of this morality, then of course you have a competing reason, and then it's very much even more in question. Moving on to the final one, which is not really premise 3, I would say it's conclusion 3. I took this straight from what he's written. God is the best explanation for the existence of the fitra, as God is the only concept, note the only concept, that can comprehensively explain humanity's natural inclination for the belief in him. Social pressures fail to provide any explanation, as studies with cross-cultural variables have shown that the fitra is constant. Also, evolution fails to provide an adequate explanation, as the concept of God has no link to survival and reproduction.
Yes, how many lies are in just this short paragraph?
Yeah, and they're all assertions, basically, aren't they? And here's the first one. Quote, God is the only concept that can comprehensively explain humanity's natural inclination for the belief in him. And my response is this needs to be argued for, not just asserted. And this is the big thing I noticed with Tortoise and obviously Sabur, etc., is that they assert things. And if they give a nice story and they sound very certain, then people don't ask them to justify it. In order to show that God is the only concept, he needs to provide an argument that it is impossible for anything else to explain the supposed natural inclination, which, as we've seen, is a dubious claim. So for him to say, as soon as he says the word only, if he said it's a possible concept or it's a likely concept, that's a different story. Even that still needs to be justified, of course. But the moment he says it's the only concept, now he takes on a burden of proof that is tremendous, because you're now ruling out everything, even things you've never heard of. And this is one thing I'm very cautious of saying only, or it's the best, or whatever the case is, because you haven't ruled out, or how do you even know if somebody else has got the truth in some other version of a worldview you've never heard of? So you've got to be very careful about doing this. But again, of course, this is not designed for people who are looking at this, I think, possibly as critically as we are. It sounds good to most people on a first reading. Quote, the social pressures fail to provide any explanation, as studies with cross-cultural variables have shown that the fitra is constant. No, the cross-cultural variables have not shown this, and all we need is one group of people that show that no natural inclination, and then the claim would be falsified. So I don't think I've written that correctly, but basically what I'm saying is all we need is a group of people that we can demonstrate do not have this innate or natural inclination, and that would falsify this claim. And I present to you the pariah people, I think I pronounced that correctly, pariah people of Amazon. The pariahs believed that the world was as it has always been, and there was no supreme deity. Furthermore, they had no creation myths in their culture. In short, here was a people who were more than happy to live their lives without God, religion, or any political authority.
Well, despite they don't even have a word. They don't even have a word for a deity.
Correct. Yes, you know all of this. I'm preaching to the converted. You obviously know all of these things already. Despite Everett translating the book of Luke into pariah. Now, Everett was a Christian evangelical who traveled to the Amazon to visit these pariahs in the 70s. I think it was the 60s or 70s. And then obviously wanted to bring the word of God from a Christian point of view. And he translated the book, and reading it to the tribal members, the pariah sensibly resisted all his attempts to convert them. There's a link to it as well. And in fact, he actually deconverted after his trip to the pariahs. Not straight away, he didn't do it there and then, but apparently he got more and more doubtful, and in the mid-80s he became an atheist, very much because of his visit to this tribe. So here we've got a tribe who's clearly got no view of this, and for me this is the nail in the coffin, because in order for the fitra to be true, you would have to demonstrate that every group or people across the world have got this innate. If it isn't, now you're in trouble. So the claim is that everybody from a baby upwards has got this innate, is born as a Muslim, as we've heard before. And here's a group of people who don't have that at all, that has never been, prior to this fellow visiting them, have not had that outside contact with people like this. So they have no view of God whatsoever.
And I did this. I mean, this is like 6 or 7 years ago.
Yes.
I did this in a video. So everybody, I mean, there's no excuse. It's very easy to look it up. It's ancient old. And this is just this laziness that people have, where they do not want to think.
I wonder if you could, while I'm just finishing this off, if you could find that link and post it in the main chat, that'd be very useful. Because you probably...
closed my channels.
Okay, post it into the chat here, and once I'm finished, I'll post it into the main chat, and then if you just say hi in the channel, I'll make you a moderator so you can post. I thought I had done it.
They closed my channel.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, so you've lost the video. I see. Sorry, I see you've lost the video. Oh, that's because you would have gone into even more detail, no doubt. So there we go. So
I've done this several times. I've done this. Actually, the one which should still exist is the one I did on Dawa Response Team, because they also did that.
Okay, if that's still there, then feel free to add that in, because no doubt you would have gone much deeper than I do. And again, you know, from my point of view, I do want to thank Stops, Essence of Thought, Irish Infidel, and everybody else that has done this years before I've done. It's just resurfaced itself here. So I don't take credit for any of these. I've just gone to look into it. I've used, you know, many other experts as well, and then I've gone to look up the claims myself, and because, you know, somebody can post a video, but I want to go and see what, you know, whether that video is accurate, even for my fellow atheists, and I've done that, and so I'm fairly confident that what they're saying as well is in fact true. Moving on, here's 7 reasons why it's easier for humans to believe in God, and there's the link. I won't go into them because this could take ages, but if people are interested, I'll go to the page, bring it up, and we could go through them. And these are 7 reasons why people, and it's related to evolution as well.
Hello, Rob. Can I share one point, please?
Just wait till I'm finished this, if you won't mind. Just mute yourself. As soon as I'm finished this, then you're welcome to jump in. I just want to get through the rest of this, and then you can jump in. So here's 7 reasons why it's easier for humans to believe in God. Number 1, biological essentialism. You need to look that up. Teleological thinking. Overactive agent detection. That's a big one. Dualism. The inability to comprehend vast timescales. Group morality and tribalism. Fear and the need for certainty. So I do encourage you to get that link. I will post it. And as I say, if people are interested, I'll bring that up on screen and we can read through it. But here's 7 reasons, because oftentimes I'm asked, you know, what reasons are there for humans believing in God? Oh, you guys haven't got any naturalistic reasons. Well, here's 7 of them. Now, whether they're all true, that's a different story, but there are reasons that we can investigate. So to claim that we've got no reasons is not true. So Tortoise finishes with, this axiomatic argument rests on the view that an innate disposition exists and that it can be proven, and there are good, and that if it can be proven, there are good reasons to conclude that God exists, as how else can an inclination to believe and worship an immaterial being be justified, which is an argument from ignorance, but we'll talk more about that later. It is best explained by God creating this within us. My response, I think it's fair to say that the innate disposition cannot be justified using the reasons and evidence, in inverted commas, supplied by the Muslim apologists, as we've seen. We've also seen no arguments for the impossibility of naturalism or an other worldview, or that God is the only explanation, only assertions, even if the innate disposition was actually true. All we've heard is the assertion that God is the only one, and nothing, no argument to support that, or no argument to say naturalism is impossible. So thank you very much, and I look forward to questions and discussions. Ayub, feel free to jump in.
Okay, hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to address that the fitra, or the natural disposition, was actually proven by the University of Oxford, and they concluded that every single human being is born with the natural or the innate disposition in believing in God or in believing in a creator. And I can send you the link to read about this. It was conducted, it was proven to be correct.
Please do send me the link, because I have read that and it's been proven not to be correct.
Absolutely. I can send you
Marshall,
one.
we've just talked about this. This is exactly what we were just.
I'm telling you, no. Stop. They brought like 5 children, and they asked. I don't know exactly what happened, but I can send you the link.
You don't know exactly. You don't know exactly what happened. You don't know what happened. This is
fine.
We're talking about.
Okay. I don't know exactly what happened, but I can read to you what they have written here.
We all know this. We know the claims. We have all shown that this is nonsense.
This is not a claim. This is a fact which was proven by them.
No, it wasn't.
I'm telling you, I can read it to you now.
Read it then. Go ahead.
Okay. Children were asked, one of the studies from Oxford concluded that children below the age of 5 found it easier to believe in some superhuman or higher power or whatever. Children were asked whether their mother would know the content of a closed box. 3 years olds believed that their mother and God would always know the content. But the age of 4, children start to understand that their mother were not omniscient. So that means they started to understand that a human being is not omniscient, and they have started getting understanding that it could be some higher power.
Marshall,
So
Marshall, what are you doing? You're just reading a text where somebody makes, this is precisely what Rob just said. You are reading a text where somebody makes assertions.
Stop. Please, would you do me a favor?
Let me just finish. They say in the beginning that there is a study which proves this. Where is the study?
Rob, would you just do me a small favor and read the article I'm going to send you now, okay?
I have read that one already.
Please.
I've read that already.
Which one?
The one that you've just said. That I've read that exact article, and so is Stops. We've read that article before.
We've refuted it. We've debunked it. We've ridiculed it years ago.
How is it? You're saying it was debunked. How is it debunked? And that is a fact which you can read now.
It's a lie.
How is it a lie? That's your claim. That's your subjective opinion.
No, I have proven that it is a lie. I have done this many, many times in many, many videos, shown that this is a lie. You are only reading assertions.
Look, you don't need to take what those experts say. You can just simply bring 5 years old kid and someone who has not been influenced by the environment or the culture, and ask him whether there is a creator, and I would guarantee you that he would say yes.
Okay, I didn't.
But I said you can do it by yourself.
I did it.
So what? So you did it. So what was the result?
I didn't say there is a creator. I never did this.
No, I said to you, you can conduct the experiment by yourself. Just bring 5 years old a kid and ask him, is it possible for a creator to exist? And he would not say no. He would.
I did.
And what did you conclude?
There is no creator.
So the kid which you brought said no, there is no creator.
No, I did. I was the kid.
No. That's not. I'm telling you. Bring
Marshall,
up
you don't understand what you're doing. You don't understand what you're doing. We have just shown. Rob has just 2 seconds ago shown that there is there's an entire tribe which doesn't even have the concept of God. The children do not know what God is. So nobody in the tribe understands what a God is. They do not have a creator.
Right.
They don't have this.
It
This
is
is
not
what we have
necessarily
just told you.
They don't have to believe in God, because the concept of God, it has a lot of connotations. But what I'm saying to you is, they could believe in some supreme being, some higher power that could exist there.
I can't believe this.
It is not necessary.
Listen? Don't you listen when Rob? I mean, it's on the screen. It was here on the screen. Don't you read? Don't you listen to what he says? No, they do
the tribe. I know. It's not. I'm saying they don't have to, because if you said those people must know or must acknowledge the term or the concept of God, it's not that. It's they could believe in some higher power.
No, they don't believe in higher powers.
So how do you know that?
Fucking hell, we just had this on the screen. There's an entire book about this. I can't believe this. It was on the screen a few seconds ago. This is what was just presented. I've shown this in many videos. Essence of Thought has shown this on minimum one video. We've done this. We've been there. It has been done, refuted. It's killed. It's gone. It's finished. Why are you now bringing up stupid things which have long been written?
I'm just giving you what those experts, what those psychologists, what those
they're not experts. They're not experts, and they're liars.
Ayub, did you watch my presentation? Did you watch what I presented?
I did, and I have read what Hamza George said about the fitra. I have read about that.
Okay, but I've dealt with all of these things. So if you
I'm just saying those University of Oxford, they concluded that. I'm not the one who's saying it.
Rob, you can't argue with that. We have to say the Shahada, we have the Fitra, we all believe in gods, and that's it. You can't beat that argumentation line.
Okay, I'm going to send you the link because I don't need to back up this.
We know the link. The link is already, it's on the screen. You don't know.
So, okay, fine. So you're saying that what those experts, what those psychologists concluded or came up with is not valid. It's incorrect.
No, it's a lie.
It's a lie, yeah.
It's a lie. They never conducted any research. There is no paper, nothing.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's a lie. It was never done.
It was never done. That is exactly what I am saying. And I showed that it was never done because there is no such thing as any of these papers.
I apologize. I thought you were saying that those what these science or those experts came up with is incorrect.
Yes, that is correct. That was incorrect what they came up with. They are not experts.
But
they are charlatans and liars. That's all.
But was the study conducted or not?
No.
It was not.
No.
So okay, fine. I thought you were saying that it was conducted, but it's not true.
Why would I say a study was conducted when it was never conducted? No, there was no study ever conducted on the fitra or the innate belief of children in God.
Fine, I apologize. I thought you were saying it. Okay, I got it wrong. Okay.
So what has happened there is Muslim apologists have borrowed studies where there was nothing about the fitra or anything like that. They've borrowed studies where, as I've just presented, where children were tested. Now, the methodologies that we used are highly questionable, as the philosopher A.C. Grayling pointed out. Asking certain leading questions that will point you to a certain answer is not a scientifically valid method. If I ask you a why question, like if I said to you, Marshall, why did you beat your sister? What are you going to say to me?
Can you repeat that again? I did not hear it.
Certain questions that you ask people are called leading questions. In other words, they are pushing towards a particular outcome. This is not a scientific methodology that is preferred. So if I ask you the question, Marshall, why did you beat your sister? What are you going to respond to me?
I would say I never did it.
Correct. So what is the question? What is the question leading you towards?
Well, it depends. You mean the reason why I say that? No,
my question to you.
Oh well, that's invalid question because it was
correct.
Did it. Yeah.
An invalid question because it's leading to an answer that isn't probably there. What I should say is,
exactly.
Was there any violence in your family today? That would be a better question because it's assuming the outcome. Same as what you guys do when you ask, Why is the universe the way it is? Or why are we here? You've got to make the argument that there is a why before you can establish that we need to ask that question. If you ask that question to begin with, you're already jumping the gun. And that's what any non-believer will tell you. So never ask why until you can establish that you should be asking a why.
That's
Same with the studies.
Asking who created the universe is a leading question.
Yep. Does the universe have an origin? And if so, what is that origin? That's the question we should be asking. Not
Absolutely. After demonstrating, substantiating that there could be a creator, and then we can move to who is this creator. That's logic. That's how it works.
well, we need to establish that there is in fact a creator.
No, I said after proving that there could be. I'm saying there could be a creator.
Okay, but listen to your words. Listen to your words. You say proving there could be. Either there is or there isn't.
I'm saying if we have proved that there is a creator, and then we have to analyze who is this creator.
Yeah, but we need to establish that there is a creator, like you said.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, we just can't talk about something which we have not proved yet.
Yeah, but even if we establish that there was a creator, which is incredibly dubious, now we have to establish which creator, because there's thousands of different creators that are possible.
I would say to you, that is the $1 million question. I mean, after you prove that there is a creator, and then you have to look into all of those religions which claim to be from the Almighty God.
Yep.
So is that fair?
I'm going to show you something here. Hopefully you can see this. I'm just going to make it a bit bigger. So that picture there is because some Muslims ask, oh, the universe can't possibly create itself. Yes. Ayub, what's going on there? It sounds like you're in a kettle.
No. It's my little brothers walking around.
And all the birds, and are you out in nature or something? Anyway, here's a picture of, this is what a self-creating universe looks like. And if you were really interested, because the question is, like Ali and yourself, oh, universe can't create itself. That's impossible. Well, here's a model that shows that it's plausible. It's not that it's guaranteed or even that it's possible. But for you to say it's impossible, you have to refute this, which you haven't done. So I'm showing you a model. And here, for example, is a nice paper that if you were mathematically and if you were a physicist, you could go into. So this whole thing goes into a long story here about how it's possible to create that sort of a universe. There's the closed loop, and out of that springs these other universes. It's called the Gott-and-Lee model. So just for interest's sake, in case somebody asks you, I'm not saying that it's true. What I am saying is that you and no other Muslim can say that it's impossible, because here is an example of it. You would have to refute this. If and until you do that, you cannot, like Ali and other Muslims do, claim that universe can't create itself. What, like a banana creating itself out of nothing? That's crazy. Well, here's a proper scientific model with a lot of information in here, mathematics and observations. He doesn't guarantee it's true, but there is, for example, a possibility that a universe can in fact create itself. That's the only claim I want to make.
Well, I think what Ali and other Muslim brothers claim about the universe cannot create itself is the most logical explanation, because you just can't come up with some other explanation, because the most logical and reasonable explanation of the universe is that the universe cannot create itself.
No, it's not, and I've just shown you that it's not. Okay,
so if I ask you how do you, then if you're gonna say no, it's not logical, then you believe in something could pop up from nothing.
That's one of the models, yes. But we need to establish what nothing is and how it could do that.
Logical argument now.
Okay, here's what I would encourage you to be very cautious of, you and every other Muslim on planet Earth. Don't try and use your simple logic outside the universe, because things outside the universe at the very big or at the quantum level sometimes defy our, quote, simple logic. So when we say, all you've got to say is, I don't think it's possible, that's a fair statement. But when you say it's impossible, now you've got to prove that. And I've just shown you a model that shows that it's plausible. And he's gone into a lot of mathematics there in many, many pages. We went to interview the man. This is a very smart man. And unless there's a Muslim that's smarter that can refute that, I would like to see that. So all I'm saying is, don't go around saying it's impossible. If you say, I don't believe it, that's fine.
If you're gonna go by that logic, I'm gonna say to you, can a mobile phone create itself? And you're gonna say no. Yes?
Ayub, what have I just said to you?
No,
Are you listening, or is it going through your ears like, and there's nothing in between there?
I am, but I'm asking you a direct question.
What did I just say to you about using logic? Repeat back to me what I said to you, just so I can make sure you were listening. What did I say to you about logic? Simple logic.
Okay, you said we cannot apply our logic on the universe, right?
No, that's not what I said. So you need to listen carefully. I said you've got to be very cautious about applying simple logic to the quantum, in other words, the very small, and at universal or origin levels, the very big. Because at those 2 points, our simple logic can run into problems. So that's what I'm saying to you. Be very cautious about doing that. Just because you want it to be true to match a book doesn't necessarily mean it is true. And you can't assert that it's impossible for a universe to create itself. I've just shown you a model that shows that it's consistent with general relativity.
Okay, then if you fine. So my question to you, I'm not here to criticize you or anything, but can a computer, if we for example, if we have the materials of a computer and we put them in a room, in an empty room, is it possible for those materials to combine themselves and then they, and then we have a computer? Is it possible?
It's possible given enough time, yes.
So I never heard of that. Wow.
You didn't put a time limit on it. Anything's possible with enough time. In fact, not only is anything possible, anything is probable with enough time.
How is it logical for time to create?
What?
How is it possible for time to create? It's impossible.
Time doesn't do the creating. Time is the what do we call it?
No, but you're saying if we put the materials of the computer in an empty room, you're claiming that they could combine themselves by themselves. How
okay.
is that possible?
All right. So I will answer it in this way. Do you know how the earth was created?
Okay, I believe that it
Not
was
what you believe. Do you know?
No, you are asking me, so I'm giving you what I believe.
I'm listening.
Okay, as far as that, you ask me, do I know how the earth is created, right?
Yeah. How did the earth form?
I said I believe that it was created by God.
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I believe. Oh well, in terms of from an Islamic perspective, I do believe in the Big Bang, but the Big Bang that I believe in was caused by God.
Okay, put that aside for a moment. Let's assume that God created it or he didn't. It doesn't make a difference. You believe that the universe expanded rapidly to the universe we see today?
Yes.
Okay. So what I would encourage you to do then is just to look into this a little bit more, because if you go and look into it, the prevailing view on how the earth came to form is through something called accretion. Have you heard of that?
No, not really.
Okay, it's like gravitational forces. It's kind of like what do you call it? Material that spins around, and through gravity it coalesces to form. Let's call it a sphere. If you go look at it, if you go and Google on YouTube how the Earth was formed, it'll give you lovely pictures on how the Earth or the solar system was formed. That didn't require a God. Even if a God started the whole process, the laws of physics allow stars and planets and everything else to form without God tinkering.
I believe in something. I believe in cause and effect. If something was not caused, I believe it would never happen, and that's what I believe.
Yeah, but that's just, if I may say so, and it's not an insult to you. That's just an argument from ignorance. What that means is I can't think of any way. Therefore, I'm going to assume this. That's not a useful way.
That's what I observe. That's what I think of. Because
yes.
Yeah.
But that's just because you're not more educated. Neither am I, by the way. I'm not saying you're stupid, but what I'm saying is just because you don't have a greater education, that's why you have that view. If you went and read and you understood God's model, you would go, wow, okay, this is plausible. It doesn't violate general relativity or the laws of physics. So it's actually possible that a universe could create itself. Wow, I didn't know that.
That's for me, it's very illogical. I'm sorry about it, but that's for me, it's very absurd.
I know, but that's mostly because you don't understand that it's even possible.
No, it's not about. It's not because I don't understand. It's because the logic says so. It is. It is. You're claiming that something can create itself by itself, which totally goes against logic. How is that even possible?
No, it only goes against simple logic, and I hesitate to say, but most Muslims simple logic. And by the way, I did say, I forgot to say it. Here's a claim that I will make for every theist on this planet, and I'm very certain that if I ask any theist, from William Lane Craig to yourself or anybody in between, I could find out. My claim is that every single theist on planet Earth is not using their critical faculties well enough. Not that they're all sheep or that they're uneducated, they're just not using their critical faculties. Because if I asked you certain questions, or William Lane Craig, I'd get to a point where I go, okay, at that point, you should have been more critical. You should not have believed because you're not critical enough.
No. I think Rob, with all due respect, I think logic, because me and you, we don't fully understand what logic is. We think we know what logic, but we don't fully understand what logic is. But let me say something. I think I'm the one because I do use my critical abilities and faculties, but you're the one you're not able to question where the thing can, because you just blindly believe what science says, and that is not, because you don't use your critical abilities.
Okay, that's a misrepresentation of my position. I've never said I blindly believe anything. When did I ever say that?
You believe that something can create itself, which is really irreasonable.
That's not what Rob said. What Rob was saying is it is not impossible. There is a possibility. It could be that. It is conceivable that. It's not that he believes that this is the case. Come on.
Marshall, there's one thing I would suggest, and it was something taught to me, and I don't use it enough myself. When you're listening to somebody speak, one thing you can do in your head is repeat what the person's saying quietly to yourself. Because if you don't, you're already trying to think of an answer and you're not actually listening to what the person is saying. So as I'm speaking now, a technique that was taught to me is to say back exactly the words that I'm saying in your head quietly to yourself. So you're almost like an echo in your own head of the words I'm saying, because then hopefully you will actually hear what I'm actually saying and not make up what you think I'm saying, because you're trying to think of an answer before I finish. So you don't follow what I'm saying, and then you kind of make up your own version of what I've said, and then you want to argue against what we typically call a straw man. So try maybe do that. Listen to what I'm saying, repeat it in your head, and then afterwards, now you can think of something. Even if it takes you like a few seconds to think about it, at least now you've heard what I've said, and you can address what I've actually said, not what you think I've said, or your summation of what you've said, what I've said.
Yeah, sure.
So as Stops has quite rightly said, all I said, there's a possibility that a universe can create itself. And I've just shown you the model, and I've given you a long explanation there. Is it true? We don't know. Is it possible? It doesn't violate the laws of physics or general relativity. That's
fine. I'm not going to dispute that. But if you're going to be kind, yeah, I would ask you, is it, would you be able, to prove that? Because you're making the claim and you're not certain of it. So can you just provide, or prove that something can pop, based on the physical world which we have today, something we can observe, we can touch, we can examine. Can you just indicate and provide one thing which can create itself?
The universe.
No. It's much easier. It's much easier. Marshall, have you never watched any of my videos?
No, I haven't.
You see, you should. It's educational, and it could teach you a couple of things.
I would definitely watch them if you give me the link. Absolutely.
Well, now they're gone. Well, some of them are gone. But don't worry, I'm putting them up on minds.com. The only problem there is they can't be longer than 25 minutes.
I'm asking.
Anyway, Marshall, can I give you an example?
Sure.
Okay. What happens if you insert a clone of a mother into her womb? Can she give birth to herself?
No.
What do you mean? Use the technique that Rob just taught you. Just repeat the words that I said and then answer again.
Just because I said no, you think, what if I said no? Repeat. Okay, repeat your question.
Exactly. You did not understand it. Is it possible for a clone of a woman to be implanted into the womb and then to give birth to herself?
No. Yes. Okay, but this is why, I don't, because your voice keeps cutting off, so I don't clearly hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Oh boy.
So have you answered it now? It is possible, yes?
No, I said it keeps going off, so your voice, I don't clearly hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Okay, but he has explained it to you there.
Yeah, this is why I said maybe I got a problem with my microphone, but would he just repeat the question, please?
Should I repeat this because your microphone is acting up?
No, I said I couldn't hear you well. It keeps going off.
Okay, let me try it again. Can you imagine a woman having a clone, and this clone is then implanted into the woman's womb so that she is giving birth to herself?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
And Bob's your uncle.
No. The question was very specific. I said to Rob, if anything in the physical world today which we can touch that can produce, that can generate it.
I'm losing you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read a little bit of this for interest's sake here to everybody. So let me present this here. So here's the paper by J. Richard Gott and Li Xin Li, Department of Astrophysics, Princeton University.
Rob, do you know what the word Gott means? It's German for God.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I believe so. Somebody said that. Interestingly enough, I had a conversation which I haven't put up because people will think I'm trolling. I had a conversation with a Muslim who said he was a scholar. If I put the video up, most people are going to think I'm looking for the stupidest Muslims out there. I thought this guy was trolling me. And he said the same thing. I talked about this model and he went, good is Gott and God is good and it's all circular. If you listen to it, it sounded like he was on drugs. I just haven't put it up just because people will think I'm picking on somebody who's like completely clueless. But he claimed to be a Muslim scholar. I just remember it because of saying that. So Ayub, here he is. The question of a first cause has troubled philosophers and cosmologists alike. I won't read a lot of this, just a little bit. Now that it is apparent that our universe began in a Big Bang explosion, the question of what happened before the Big Bang arises. Inflation seems like a promising answer, but as Board and Vilenkin have shown, the inflationary state preceding the Big Bang could not have been infinite in duration. It must have also had a beginning also. Where did it come from? Ultimately, the difficult question seems to be how to make something out of nothing. This paper explores the idea that this is the wrong question, that is not how the universe got here. Instead, we explore the idea of whether there is anything in the laws of physics that would prevent the universe from creating itself. Because space-times can be curved and multiply connected, general relativity allows for the possibility of closed time-like curves, CTCs. Thus, tracing backwards in time through the original inflationary state, we may eventually encounter a region of CTCs giving no first cause. This region of CTCs may well be over by now, being bounded toward the future by the Cauchy horizon. We illustrate that such models with CTCs are not necessarily inconsistent by demonstrating self-consistent vacuums for the Meissner space and multiple connected de Sitter space, in which the blah-de-blah, and then it becomes very technical. But the key part there is, where's the key part that I just read there? Instead, we explore the idea of whether there is anything in the laws of physics that would prevent the universe from creating itself. Because space-times can be curved and multiply connected, general relativity allows for the possibility of closed time-like curves. Thus, tracing backwards through time, the original inflationary state, we may eventually encounter a region of CTCs giving no first cause. So there we have a model. Again, it's not necessarily guaranteed, but there we have a model which suggests there's a long paper, and if I just scroll through it, there's I don't know how many pages here with incredibly complex calculations and so forth. I mean, the guys are not just sitting there thinking, you know what, we don't really think there's a God, so we're going to just dream up any nonsense to avoid a God. It's like 42 pages, and then there's all the rest of it there. So the whole point is not to say that the creator is impossible, but to say that there are other models out there that are possible, and they've given big, long, complex calculations and observations, etc., to say that it is possible, as I've just read there, even if we didn't understand it, for a universe to create itself, or to have no first cause is another way of putting it. But the model itself, the picture, just shows, so even if you didn't understand that, I've shown you what the picture looks like as a drawing. So I think that's the biggest thing, because I see most Muslims just try and use simple logic. And like I've said, simple logic doesn't work necessarily at the quantum level or at the huge, what happened at the origin of the universe level, because things can happen that we don't fully understand, or let's say us laymen don't understand, but cosmologists do. So I just think that the most honest position is for a Muslim to say, maybe it's unlikely, or I don't know that it's true. I'm totally fine with that. But to say, oh, it's impossible, or it can't happen, or we know it can't, like Ali and his bananas and his simple logic, that's not an honest position. Now, it sounds good to ignorant people, but it's not an honest position. And that's the thing I want to get across. But again, it depends how honest Muslims are. I'm sure there are honest Muslims out there, and I'm trying to engage with those sort of people, where you don't have the certainty that you can't possibly have about things that you don't know anything about. Just because a book said something 1400 years ago, you will dismiss anything that the smartest people on the earth are putting forward. That's all I'm saying. Nobody's right or wrong. What we should all be, all of us should and are actually, if we are intellectually honest, we are agnostics. You'd be an agnostic theist, I'd be an agnostic atheist, which means you don't know on the knowledge claim, but you believe a God exists. I don't know on the knowledge claim either, but I disbelieve in a God and I reject your claim. To me, that seems the most honest position, unless somebody's got overwhelming evidence to be a Gnostic. I haven't come across the Gnostic, but maybe somebody in the chat, or maybe Stops, or somebody can point out a Gnostic that I can go and look at. Maybe there is an argument or a knowledge claim that shows there is a God or there isn't. I'm not convinced of that. So there we go. Anybody in the chat, you're welcome to join in. It's all quiet at the moment. Stops and Marshall are maybe taking a tea break. So if there's...
I'm just watching this. Logic is getting wrapped here.
If anybody wants to join in, and so anybody else, then feel free to join. I'll put the link in again if it's been lost. But hopefully, Marshall, you've got the message. And what I wanted to get back to, because you had the question about can the computer create itself, and in your mind that's impossible. And what I really wanted to establish is, given enough time, which happened, let's say, if you believe the universe is 13.8 billion, the observable universe, because cosmologists tell us we don't actually know how big the universe is. We can trace back 13.8 billion years, but it could be that the universe is bigger than we can possibly observe. In other words, because of the Hubble expansion of the universe, at the very outer edge of what we know, it's expanding faster than the speed of light. And what that means is that the light will never reach us, so we may not ever know how big or what the edge of the known universe could actually be, because the light will never hit us. It's expanding so fast that light will never be able to get to Earth.
It's not faster than light. It's the differential is, because the one is going east, the other one's going west, and the differential is faster. Therefore,
yes. So light will sort of just never reach it. It's almost like it's stuttering, isn't it, or being pulled back in some way. So we don't know quite how big it is. And I think Marshall, if you're interested, good evening, guys. I just want to say this last thing, and then we can have somebody else in. Marshall, if you are really interested, I've said it before, buy and read Lawrence Krauss's A Universe from Nothing. Even if you don't agree with the nothing, I'm not interested in that. Just read the book, because it gives you a history from Einstein until today. So the last 100 years in cosmology, it's one of the best stories. It makes the Qur'an look, well, the Qur'an in my view is quite ordinary anyway, but it makes it look very ordinary. This is a brilliant story. It's like a Shakespearean story about cosmology and what we've learned, how we've understood the universe being flat, the distance to the last scattering service, how we've been able to find the standard candles to measure distance, because that's one of the toughest things in cosmology, to be able to measure distance, how we've established that. It's a beautiful story that will just educate you on what current cosmology is, where it is, and the things that we still got to learn.
I was actually, because now I'm currently reading the book by Hamza Georges called The Divine Reality. So after I've done that book, after I read that book, I will try to look up, the book of Lauren Cross named, as you said, The Universe from Nothing. I can read it.
Yes, do that, because that'll actually be an education as opposed to the divine reality,
Absolutely.
which is not an
Of course.
education. It's
We
sort
all
of
learn. Yeah, we
regression.
are all learning. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Welcome to Answer, to GP, and the Juice for
Well, I
Juice
actually
for
thought a lot of
Jesus.
what you were arguing about were very failed arguments, to be quite honest.
Say that
I'm
again,
sorry,
GP.
I thought a lot of what you were talking about were failed arguments. They were incorrect. And
Which ones were those?
well, one about stop spamming woman and giving birth to herself.
Well,
I mean, the question really boiled down to, can things replicate themselves? And the answer is yes. That's what we got, DNA. And if you're asking, have you got evidence to show it? Yeah, every time your mother has a baby, a new human being is formed, hasn't it? It's come out of nothing. Just a daddy's sperm and a mother's egg, which is basically nothing. They're so small.
Well, theists would argue, no, it's not nothing. It came from some pre-existing material.
But even so, they couldn't prove it was God.
No, but that's not what they're attempting to prove. They're just going,
And if
hey,
they
we
go right down to the very, 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 very smallest things, they'll only find quark, strangeness, and charm.
Yeah, but their whole point is, their point though is, hey, we can't see anything in this universe that came from nothing, and what they mean by nothing is the.
So their argument always comes down to one thing: belief, and a belief is never fact. They believe in a God. They believe he created the universe, and they can't prove there's a God, and they can't prove there's been a universe created by a God.
So
you speculation.
It is the same with you. You also cannot. You just can't disprove God's existence.
We don't have to disprove God's existence. You just have to prove God exists. You say the way things work, you cannot prove something that doesn't exist. You can only prove something if it does exist.
I said this before, and I'm going to repeat it again. I cannot prove God's existence, but I believe.
Therefore, you cannot claim for a fact that God created the universe, or that God inspired the Qur'an.
You have to understand what the concept believe means.
Yeah, believe is a guess.
Which
you have no proof to back it up, only an idea.
Sometimes a subjective belief can be based on fact, which is what I am today.
A belief can never be based on fact. A hypothesis can be based on evidence, small evidence. You can say, I have a hypothesis that God created the universe, but now you've got to prove it.
I never claimed that I can prove God's existence.
Then you can't claim it as a fact.
I never claimed it's a fact as well. You see, I said I believe, and this belief that I have is based on reasons, because those reasons.
No, reason.
Yeah, because
has to be a fact. Reason is something that comes from logic. And everything that you've talked about with belief is in the metaphysical. It has nothing to do with reality.
Even if it is, as you said, is metaphysical, just because I cannot observe it, I just can't come to the conclusion that it doesn't exist. I can't do this.
No, you don't have to prove it doesn't exist. You have to prove it exists. And if you can't prove it exists, isn't that answering your question about whether God is there or not? You can't prove it exists, therefore it can't exist.
The reason why I believe in God or Creator is because I have my own reasons.
You have your own reasons because your mother and daddy and all your friends around you told you.
No, that's not true. No. All my
well, where did it come from? Who told you about God?
No.
Yes, who told you?
Was actually, the argument that you're trying to say is that because I was raised and born among a Muslim family, so I am a Muslim today. No, that's wrong. That's
no,
really
it
wrong.
doesn't have to be your Muslim family. You could have been someone born in America, a Christian, a Muslim who told you about God. Somebody came up to you, or somebody handed you a book, and you read it, and you decided to believe it. But God never came up to you.
But
God never said, "Here I am."
I use my rationality. This is why I believe in God.
Where's the rationality in proving something that doesn't exist exists?
Because I just can't believe that the universe, and I have, I know Rob is gonna jump in.
Ah,
Gonna jump.
so you're working on a fallacy argument that somebody has to exist and create. Somebody has to own something.
I believe in cause and effect, and this is my criteria. This is my principles.
Sorry, I didn't. Like something fact. What did you call it?
No. I believe in cause. I believe in causality, cause and effect. Something if it was not
cause and effect.
Yes.
So why do you have to assume the cause is a god? Why can't the cause be something else?
I never said it. It's just the cause to create a universe, which is, we know for a fact, that cause.
We know for a fact the universe is here because it's around us. We'll assume that's correct.
And you're saying why I believe that cause is God, yes?
But you haven't got any evidence to prove what the cause is. You can't prove that there's a God that was behind it all.
No,
you make an assumption, you make a guess, and you then assume it.
Please listen, I'm going to say it again. I never make the claim that I can prove God. I'm just saying to you, when I observe,
God doesn't exist.
No, it's not. How is that logic? Just because I cannot
observe, logic because you cannot assume that it exists. Therefore, you cannot, and you cannot prove it exists. Therefore,
so can you prove? Okay, let me ask you a question.
It's not a fact.
Can you prove gravity? Can you prove it?
Nobody can actually prove gravity. Did you know that?
So you believe it? So
we can only observe its effects.
Okay, hold on. So you believe it exists, right?
No, we know we have a term called gravity, which we can observe the effects of, but nobody actually knows what it is. They made an assumption that it is something called the Higgs boson, the God particle, and they've actually discovered this God particle. And that's as far as they've managed to go down the rabbit hole as far as gravity is concerned.
You can't objectively and empirically prove gravity, but still, still believe in it.
We can prove the mathematics of the observations that we observe.
Do you believe gravity exists? Yes or no?
I have observed the effects of gravity. I have never observed the effects of God.
So just because something I cannot observe it, with my own eyes,
I can test gravity. I cannot test God. If God exists, I should be able to test it.
So you're saying that you have to see God, so then you can believe, yeah?
You have to have something that you can demonstrate. I could demonstrate.
I can give you a lot of things.
You cannot demonstrate God.
I can give you a lot of things which we, as a human beings, we still believe in them, but we just can't.
You could give me anecdotal evidence that could be caused by something else other than this God. You cannot show me this God.
Guys, let's just also have Ansar share a view as well. So Ansar, do you want to also jump in?
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, coming through loud and clear.
Okay, jolly good. Yes, I've been listening for a while, and I have to say this is quite hilarious. Marshall, when I talk to you about these very same topics, you're a lot more reasonable in a one-on-one situation. The kind of stuff you're saying here now it's just ridiculous. I mean, you're just repeating and parroting the exact same apologetic nonsense that Ali Dawah keeps coming up with. And when you see it being refuted, you laugh at it. It's silly. But then you're using the same arguments yourself. I mean, you say something, and Rob or Stop Spanning points out to you why it's an invalid or ridiculous argument. And then once they finish, you repeat it as if they didn't say anything. Come on, man, you got to jump on board and get with this a bit more.
No. Answer. I was just trying to prove to him just because I cannot observe God.
Yeah.
It doesn't negate the fact that it.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Exactly.
But his point. But his point is this: is that when we say that gravity exists, we don't know whether there's an actual thing, physical thing called gravity. All we know is that there's a compilation of events and effects that we can categorize, and we've labeled the thing behind it all as gravity. Now you can't do that with your God. No, Ali. I mean, Ayub, let me finish. The point with yours is you can't do that as simply as that, because for the beginning, you can't even prove whether there actually is a God or not, and you admit that. So how on earth are you ever going to get to being able to prove that your specific God exists? You'll never be able to, because you've already admitted that you don't even know for sure whether any type of God exists. So you can't be talking about gravity and equating it on the same level, because like, the speaker before me just explained to you, with gravity, we can definitely demonstrate that there is some force in this universe on a number of different levels, which is responsible for the effects that we see. In fact, nearly every effect that we see can be traced back down to gravity at some level. Now, you can't do that with any type of God, let alone a specific God. So there's no point you bringing up these things and it defeating your own point. Do you understand?
Exactly.
Yeah,
a round of applause to answer. I think you've brilliantly summed up what I was saying, far more eloquently than I did. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I was just listening. I'm paying attention.
I have a question though, based on some news that I heard this week. But GP, I cover your GP, let him come back. Answer. GP, let Marshall respond to this.
I know. Okay, you want to hear my answer?
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
I know. I just, what you answer. I think what you said, I can't dispute it, but I just, this is my own belief, and I just can't go beyond it. So I have to stick to my own belief.
Yeah, that's fine, Marshall, and that's perfectly well. But what I'm saying to you again is that when you talk on that level about it being a belief, that's perfectly fine. We all accept that. Yeah, we have the disbelief. We're not gnostically sure that there is no God, in the same way that you're not gnostically sure that there is one. But then when you use these arguments, you're not being like that anymore. You're not being neutral. Then you're starting to use definite arguments as if you're 100% sure that there must be a God. Like, for example, it doesn't make sense to you that the universe can create itself. Therefore, that shows you logically there definitely is a God. So what I'm asking you is, make your choice. Are you sure or not? And then we'll deal with that. You can't just jump and say, like, when we get you in a corner, you say, oh, well, I'm not sure. And then when you use an argument, you say, oh, well, this proves logically that there definitely is a God.
Answer. Be honest. Be honest. The last time we talked, have I ever made the claim that I'm sure that God exists? That I have?
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
So
but when you use this argument of the universe can't create itself, then you are making the claim that definitely there is a God. Because otherwise you would say that the universe can create itself, because
it's possible. It's possible.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's all that we've ever been trying to explain to you is that it's possible.
It is my own subjective belief, which I have to stick on. So
no, you don't have to stick on. You're welcome to change your subjective belief any minute of the day.
Well,
you don't have to stick on it.
If I received an overwhelming evidence, then of course, why not?
Yeah, but look, Rob gave you an overwhelming evidence that, for example, it is vaguely possible that the universe can either create itself or it can exist forever. Definitely, there's much stronger reasons to think that the universe could exist forever. That is already evidence to show you that the universe definitely didn't have to have a beginning or an outside agency to create it. So why are you dilly-dallying? These things have been presented to you many times before. Well, you either understand it or you don't. And if you look into it with an open mind, you will understand it. But the fact is, you seem reluctant to do that in the first place.
I have, as Rob said, and he recommended me to read a book by Lauren Cross called, The Universe from Nothing. So I'm going to read it with an open mind, with an open heart. So I promise.
Yeah, you do something like that, and that'll be a major eye opener for you. I haven't read the book myself, but I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Because Rob said it's good, so I'm gonna read it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh, if Rob said it's good, then I'm gonna buy a copy myself.
He's a good cosmologist. I can agree with that.
He's definitely read the book.
As I say, even if you don't agree with his version of nothing, but it will just give you a history of cosmology for the last 100 years, which is eye-opening. It's brilliant. That part is worth the book on its own. Just the story of how we've got from Einstein.
Because now, as I said, I'm currently reading a book by Hamza Georges, the book that I said to you, Divine Reality. So I gotta finish it first and then. So I gotta finish it first and then move on to that book.
See, the problem with Divine Reality, I mean, we've just gone through part of that. I've had a very smart guy on about 2 months ago who really took apart one of those chapters. The problem is the arguments in there are not solid enough. You know, at the best, he's trying to borrow Christian arguments, but he doesn't have a full understanding, and therefore he can't make a really cogent argument. Now, if you go to the Christians, if you go to the top Christians, these guys know their stuff. Okay, we don't agree with anything they say, but at least they understand how to present an argument and how to support it, even if the support is weak or not good. But the best Muslims that I come across, if Tortoise is an example of it, they just, they seem to be light years behind the Christians at best.
Rob, did you read this in the chat? Somebody asked, what is the link to the Hamza Tortoise's blog? And somebody says, williamlanecraig.com.
Yeah, or Alvin Plantinger.
This isn't great comfort.
Juice for Cheese has been very quiet. Juice, I'm not sure what your real name is, Juice. If you're interested, feel free to unmute and ask a question or join the chat.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thank you for having me on. I actually wanted to get into the discussion with Marshall a bit, but I think the conversation went on. But what I noticed is that when the people are talking, when Marshall is talking to everybody, it feels to me like everybody is talking on his own level, and we don't have a common ground for what we consider true or not. And if you want that discussion to have any meaning in the end, it's better to just agree on how we come to what we consider true. So for that, Marshall, may I ask you something? When you speak about logic, so you say something is not logical or logical. What is the difference for you between something being logical and something being intuitive? Could you say that?
If something that is illogical, it goes beyond because logic, I can accept it, I can rationalize it, but something that is illogical, I can't think of it, I just can't accept it.
And would you also please comment on the difference between something being intuitive and not intuitive?
Do you know the difference between deductive and inductive logic?
Yes.
So what is the difference? I'm asking you if you know.
So deductive logic is when you start from statements that you assume to be true, and you arrive by methods of derivation to different statements, which are essentially the same with the ones that you started from. So,
inductive reasoning moves from specific instances into generalized conclusion, and then deductive logic moves from generalized principles that are known to be true to a true and specific conclusion. That is the difference between these two logics.
That's a way, but yes, that's a way to explain it.
So what's your point?
No, my question was still, what is, in your view, the difference between something being logical and something being intuitive? Because the way you described what is logical is that there was something you were important for something to be logical or not, because you said
something that is logical.
Logical is something that you accept or that you can that you can find a rationale behind.
Yes.
So, but then for something to be logical or not, that depends on yourself, and this is why I see a possibility for confusion there with something being intuitive.
Yeah.
So
I don't honestly, I still cannot get your point.
Well, it strikes me as if you are confusing the two terms.
Maybe give an example, yes, so that he can try and understand you.
Well, like a very simple example is, let's assume that I'm a very simple man. I have no education whatsoever. I haven't talked to anyone, and to me it seems right now counterintuitive, so that the Earth is not flat, because as I walk around the Earth, I have the experience of it being somewhat flat. So if somebody who has pictures of the planet Earth, who has seen them, and he comes to me and says, look, the Earth is actually a sphere, or some sort of a sphere, I would say that it's not intuitive to me, because it contradicts my daily experience.
Yeah, I think it's the same with me when someone comes along and say, hey, the universe was always there, or I don't know. I'm not an expert in cosmology, but I don't know. But when someone says, hey, your computer was created by itself, then that's, for me, that is a contradiction. That is a discrepancy. That
contradicts your experience. But does it actually contradict logic?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So it contradicts logic. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then could you then please well, I can see how it can contradict your experience, but I fail to understand how it contradicts logic, because you and I will have a different understanding of what logic is, as it seems.
Well, first of all, I think we need first of all to define what is logical truth, and then we can. Well, how do you define logic?
Well, that's a good question that
because for you, logic can be different from what I understand, from what I perceive logic is.
Well, for me, logic does not depend on my experience. So, for me, a statement is either true or false. And and then, well, how do I proceed? I don't know.
Draw from a fact.
Well, logic is a conclusion, or is a reason conducted or asserted according to abstract principles of validity.
I can agree with that.
So logic should be based on objective evidences that we can examine. Is that yes?
No, you can't always say that. It's not necessarily so.
Well, logic is something about statements, while objective evidence is something about objects.
Well, logic is synonymous with reasoning.
No, not really.
Yeah, it is synonymous with reasoning.
No, reasoning is something where you don't have the facts and you say, okay, look, reasoning shows me that if it is, I don't know, if it's this and this humidity, then it's reasonable to believe that it's raining outside. And that's it.
So how would you define logic then?
I just said, what can be deduced based on facts.
Yeah, based on fact. Yes, I agree. Yeah. I agree with that.
Well, it seems that I'm not well versed in the definition of logic to get it across. But what I see is that, well, when you say something is logical, you always say that. Well, you said it before that that you have to understand the rationale behind it. Can you imagine something where you don't understand the rationale behind it?
No.
But it still can be logical. It's just that you fail to understand.
Possibly.
Okay, then do you see that your definition of something to be logical is not always applicable?
Well, as I said, possibly, yeah.
Well, and then for me, logic is something that evaluates statements. So you mentioned those tools like deduction and induction.
Yes.
And you can use deduction to obtain the true or false, the logical relation between two statements.
Yes.
Or between, and then you arrive at something being true or false.
Yeah, we know that deductive logic is one of the most powerful tools that we can use to reach.
No, this is bullshit.
Yes, it is.
No, they are just different approaches. They are different methodologies. End of story.
Yeah, exactly. One moves from deductive logic moves from generalized principles that are known to be true to a specific conclusion. That is what a deductive logic is.
No, you can't say up is better than down or left is better than right. They are just different things.
Let me just present this to everybody. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let me just present this and see if this makes sense to people. Here we go. I'm going to present this and just quickly read this here. J.P. Moreland, there are three fundamental laws of logic. Suppose P is an indicative sentence. Say it is raining. The law of identity, P is P. The law of non-contradiction, P is not non-P. The law of excluded middle, either P or non-P. Now that all sounds very techie, but here's what it really means. The law of identity says that if a statement such as it's raining is true, then the statement is true. More generally, it says that the statement P is the same thing as itself and it's different from everything else. Applied to all of reality, the law of identity says that everything is itself and not something else. So a rock is always a rock and it's not a tree. That's the law of identity. The law of non-contradiction says that a statement such as it's raining cannot be both true and false in the same sense. Of course, it could be raining in Missouri and not raining in Arizona, but the principle says that it cannot be raining and not raining at the same time in the same place. And the law of excluded middle says that a statement such as it is raining is either true or false. There is no other alternative. So when we talk about logic or the laws of logic, it's generally based on those three principles. And so whenever we open our mouth and speak, essentially that's what we're talking about. So from that, hopefully you can now go on and have a conversation. Because if you violate one of those, then you could probably be saying to be being illogical. So, but if you follow all of those three laws of logic, you could still be rational or unreasonable. But if you said no, a rock is a tree, then I could say you're illogical. So it's not that often that somebody's illogical. They could be, but it's more often that they're irrational or unreasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed.
Okay.
There is
Thank you.
Even if you stick to those laws, to these laws, you can produce logical statements, but you still have to evaluate the relation of your statements to reality. And then we have different approaches how to do that. So one approach that I hope all of us use is empiricism, so that we gather information from our senses and combine them to make a statement about reality. Can you agree with that, Marshall?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure.
Okay, so in that way, you need, when you say that something is real or not, that's already a different question of from something being logical or not. It means that it might be consistent with this laws of identity, non-contradictions, and excluded middle.
I think as Rob has just mentioned, for example, if you said that a mobile phone is a rock, then that is illogic.
Then that is what?
Then that is illogical.
Yeah.
If you said because I just can't give you specific, I can't give you specific definition or difference between these, because I don't know what your point is, but illogical. If you said, okay, let me give you an example. If you said that a computer is a rock, is that illogical or not?
That is illogical, because
yes. Then this is how I perceive illogical things.
Yeah, well, but then you need to distinguish a computer from a rock based on the information that you have, and you do that because you have sensual experience. You know how computers look like, and you know how rocks look like, and then you compare the two, and then you can say, yes, indeed, one has totally different properties from the other.
Absolutely, definitely.
Right. So you asked for something being created from nothing.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat what you said, please?
Before you asked for the panel for an example for something that was created from nothing.
Yeah.
Or was it different? Was it created by itself?
Yeah, that's what we were debating. Yeah.
Right. And that you're coming from the background that before there was anything that we know of, there was nothing.
Yeah, there was literally nothing.
Yes, but that's actually already that's an implicit assumption, I'd say, because you assume that there was something, having no properties, or so there would be something that is nothing.
No, what I claim is, for the universe to create itself as it is created now, there should have been something there before the universe. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if the universe was created not from from nothing, but from something else.
For the universe to be created, there should have been something there before the universe.
And that is based on what?
That is based on logic, because how can something create if it was not there? How can you explain it?
This is not based on logic right now, because this is already based on your experience.
Then can you explain how the universe was created? How can you explain it?
It's not about my inability to explain how the world came about.
I'm saying, this is what I believe. This is my own subjective belief. I believe that for the universe to be created, there should have been something there before the universe to be created. Because if it was literally nothing there, then how can the universe come into being? Is that clear?
So you have a question mark in your head, and I might have it too.
So there's three options, isn't there, for the universe? Either it was created, it created itself, or it's always been. I don't know.
And that's what this is what Hamza just came up with.
But all three of those options.
These are, as Rob said, these are the three logical options for the universe, how the universe was created. It either was created by itself, or it was created by, or it was always there.
No, there's another option. It's
which is
necessity.
Yeah, necessity. Yeah, that's a philosophy. Which one of these options is more logical?
No, you can't.
They're all logical. There's an explanation. There's a logical explanation for all three of those options. So what do we do now? You carry on, Jus.
Okay, the question is, Marshall, what makes you decide on one of those options? What is the criteria against which you decide?
Okay, let us go. Let us analyze each one, okay?
Okay, before you do that, sorry, I interrupted. It's not fair. Jus was asking, he was going down a particular line there. I don't want you to go off from that, because Jus was trying to get common ground that you agree on certain things, which we actually haven't done well enough. So I do think Joost get to the point, if we can, Joost, where he can agree on some foundational points, and then we can go from there, because I think you were going down an interesting line there.
Yeah, it's getting difficult to agree, but there, I would like Marshall to acknowledge or contradict if he's against it, that we have two things: we have experience and we have logic. So when you say that the universe, there must be something for the universe to come about from it, because otherwise it doesn't work. It's not purely logic. It's also your experience, that you have never experienced a nothing, and you have never experienced that from this nothing something comes about. At least, I don't want to project my thoughts on you, but it's important that in this consideration that you call simple logic, you also have you actually base your thoughts on your own experience.
But as I said before, this is how I perceive it, because you just can't impose what you believe on me. This is how I believe. I just can't. I believe that for the universe to be created, something should have always been there. You know what I'm saying? Because if there was literally nothing, as Rob claimed, then how? I don't subscribe to that, because I don't believe that the universe was created by itself. I believe that it was created by something, and that something is God.
Yeah, but from what?
It was caused to be created. It was caused.
By what?
By a higher power.
But wait, from what material?
I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Well, this is the question. So this is exactly the question mark that Joost was just saying, because Jews for Jesus says, listen, if you cannot explain it, then rather say you don't know than to go and make claims which are totally unsubstantiated. So this is exactly the line of reasoning.
I think the other bigger point that Joost was making as well is that when you say you don't accept that the universe can create itself or it came from nothing, what you're really saying, and Joost has hit a good point there, is you using your intuition or your experience. And based on that, most people in the world would agree with you. However, a universe creating itself or a universe existing forever is not illogical. So there's a difference between what you believe intuitively or what you believe from experience and what is logical. It is not illogical for any one of those three options to be the case. And in fact, as I've shown, we've got models that will show you that every one of those is possible. So it's, number one, it's not impossible. Number two, it doesn't defy the laws of logic. So based on those 2 points alone, you now should be agnostic. You should be going, well, I actually don't know what if there was an origin, what was the origin? Because we can't say beginning, because that assumes that there was a beginning. What's the origin of the universe? Is the universe always existed? Did it create itself, or was it created from something else? But
no, the universe.
Even if it was created from something else, there's perfectly good explanations which are far better and are explained with actual observations and mathematics than a. So regardless, we've got explanations and we've got hypotheses for all three of those options. And that's the difference that Joost was getting to, is you are just rejecting it based on intuition or experience, but not because of it's logically invalid. And in fact, if you understood what the theoretical physics and the observation showed, and you went to the conferences and you knew as much as Skydive Phil, you'd go, oh my goodness, I don't know what the right option is. It could be any of these. I don't know. Because for you to be on the same playing field, you need to present us with some kind of scientific hypothesis for how the God could have done it. What is the mathematics? How can we falsify? How do we know that God did it, apart from just using philosophy? If you've got some kind of scientific evidence in the sense of like mathematics or observations, and they can be put together in a theory, you'll win a Nobel Peace Prize, or any theist would.
Okay, what does science say about how the universe was created? What does it say?
We don't know.
What have I just said to you? I've said
some of the scientists, they claim that the universe had a beginning.
Some of them claim that it created itself. Some of them claim that it's been there forever in some way.
And some of them claim it had a beginning, right?
So we have scientists that say all three of those.
Yes, I'm saying that. Yeah, but I'm saying there are some who say that it began to exist, right?
No.
Yes, there are some
No,
scientists.
they say that it looks like that, but they know, but they're not saying for sure.
Okay, what does it looks like? Meaning it's more likely, yeah.
No, it's depending on what type of evidence we have. If we've got a very small amount of evidence and it's suggesting something, we're not going to take that as definite, are we? We're going to wait until more and more evidence comes in.
So you don't believe that the universe began to exist. You don't subscribe to that.
No.
Well, I don't know. I just don't know, innit?
So you don't know.
No, of course
No. Hang on. We're talking about terminology here. You can't just say begin to exist. Begin to exist is totally nonsensical. It makes absolutely no sense. So you can't just throw in something that is nonsensical and then say, well, do you agree with this? No, you can't do that. Scientists, there is no scientist who actually uses those words, who uses that terminology. As far as I know, there is no scientist that definitely says the universe had a beginning.
Well, your own understanding of a beginning is different. How do you understand the beginning of the universe? How do you perceive it?
The beginning of the universe for me means that there was one dot in time where there was nothing and suddenly there was something.
Good. I agree with that.
Yeah, but this is what. No, you're not. You don't agree with that.
I do.
You are a creationist. You cannot agree with that. You actually think that there was nothing, and then God spoke something into being, and therefore the Creator now created something out of nothing. That's what you.
I believe. Look, this is what I believe. I believe God was the cause for the universe to begin to exist.
There is no such thing as begin to exist. This is nonsensical.
So you have just said that you do believe that the universe began to exist.
No, I said this is nonsensical.
But how did then?
He was explaining the meaning of beginning.
Answer. Then someone of you explain how the universe got to what it is now. Because
no,
you said you don't know.
We cannot explain that. What you are doing,
you don't know.
Are making claims. You are making assertions. You are saying, I know how the universe came about. You do not. You are making assertions which cannot be substantiated. You are using terminology that is useless and totally nonsensical.
I never said I don't know, but I believe.
Ayub, let me try something with you here. You want to use simple logic, yes? And so from your point of view, the universe can't create itself. Is that right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So if that's the case, using your simple logic, there was something I wanted to ask you based on that now, and it's just gone out of my head. It'll come back to me in a second. I wanted to ask you something, because you've got to be consistent. If you're going to use simple logic, which we don't necessarily agree with, but if you are going to use simple logic, then you've got to use it throughout, correct? You can't just pick and choose when you're going to use simple logic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine. So there was something I was going to ask you now based on that point, just to see whether you are consistent. So you believe a universe was created from nothing?
What?
I don't
God created from?
I believe that the universe was created by God.
Oh yes, this was the point I wanted to make. Yes, I know you, but do you believe that it was created from nothing? And when I say nothing, it's absolute nothing, the absence of anything or everything. Is that your version of nothing?
No, according to what I believe, is God says be and it is. This is how the universe came into
I understand the methodology. What I'm asking you more specifically is, do you believe that there was absolute nothing at some moment in the past? Let's call it those words.
There was no such thing as the universe. There was only God.
Okay. If that's the case, then the universe must have come from God, correct?
It's a creation of God.
Yeah, but then it must have originated from God's essence.
No, it's a creation. It's a creation of God.
If God was all there was, then where did the material from the universe come from?
It was created by Him.
Great. So we're all part of God then.
No, that's not true. That's what Christians believe.
No, but now you're contradicting yourself.
No. Just
So what did he make it out of? What did he make the universe out of? There was only him and nothing else.
How am I supposed to know?
Well, then how do you know he even exists?
I believe the universe and human beings are creation of God.
But then they must have been part of God's essence, correct?
Okay, fine. Then what do you mean exactly by part of God?
If God was all there was, and then he said, poof, universe, that stuff that the universe is made, that we're all made of, let's call it particles, quantum,
No, just matter.
Matter, whatever you want to call it. That matter is a part of God, correct?
It's a creation of God. I wouldn't say it's a part of God.
But it originates from God himself.
Because when you're saying it's part of God, then it
where did it come from? Where did it come from?
No, whoa. It seems like he shares some. When you say I am a part of God, it's like I share the same attributes with God.
Well, where did it come from then?
We share the same material as God. We are part of God in the same material. The material might look different, but its origin is part of God.
It is, I believe. Look, this is what I believe. I believe everything is a creation of God.
I mean,
this is what I believe. I don't believe that we are part of God.
But you have to. It's logic.
But then you've got to present it, because based on your simple logic, and we're just using your simple logic here, you said all there was is God. Then there was a universe.
Yes, for the universe
does the universe consist of matter?
Look, for the universe to be created, there should have been something there before the universe.
And what was that something?
That something, according to me, according to my belief, is a higher power. Is God, in other words.
So there was God and matter.
It was something there. We don't have to analyze what that thing is.
Yes, we do.
Then
we're actually not. Marshall is leaving here the possibility open. Either the universe was designed from matter or from without. He just simply doesn't know.
Because I just can't. Because it's all about my belief. At the end of the day, you may disagree with it, but this is what I think is right.
Marshall, we understand what you believe, and we understand the process that you think had happened. But if we use deduction here, so just feel free to step in. If we use deduction, here's what you've said. Premise 1, God was all there was. Yes. Premise 2, the universe began to exist.
Yes.
What I can deduce, and it's not necessarily they follow from each other, but what I can deduce deductively from that is that the universe was created by God and is therefore part of God, because there was nothing else except God.
No. You see, I don't believe the universe is a part of God. I believe it's a creation of God. This is what I don't believe it's part of God.
All right, so let me make it simple for you.
I can't believe something that I don't believe.
But you're closing your mind without thinking here. So I want you to think using your simple logic. Only asking for your simple logic here. The matter that the universe is composed of, that matter comes from where?
From the Word of God.
And what is the Word of God?
Well, the Word of God is what God speaks.
Is that part of God?
Well, you can say it's a part of God, but it's still not. For me, it is a creation of God. I don't subscribe to it to being.
I know you want to get away from it because your book says so, but you're struggling here because you can see logically that if you believe what you said and the methodology that you've given us, then there is no alternative unless you're going to postulate something else. The only alternative is that the matter that the universe is comprised of was once a part of God. He then said the words and the universe came into existence, but that existent material, they call it, there's a name for it, there's a specific name, I just can't think of it. It's the material cause. There's an efficient cause and a material cause. God is the efficient cause. He's like, think of it like this. Think of Michelangelo's statue. Do you know Michelangelo used to be a guy that did statues?
Yes.
Yep. So the statue is a piece of marble. Yes, it's material. Before Michelangelo did anything, there was a block of marble. Yes. And then there was Michelangelo. So he is referred to as the efficient cause. He's the guy that's using the chisel to make the statue. But he's not the statue itself. The statue is the material. So when you create something, you have a efficient cause and a material cause. So God is the efficient cause. The material is the material cause. You with me? That material, though, has to come from somewhere. In Michelangelo's case, it came from the quarry. In the case of the universe, where did that material come from?
You know, just supposedly, you know, for the sake of argument, if the universe is a part of if the universe is a part of God, then what does that prove? Nothing.
Well, that then your belief is in serious trouble, because then you're essentially a panentheist. Because panentheist just means that God is everything.
No. You're saying that. Okay, so you're saying that the universe is God as well.
Correct.
No, this is not what I believe. That's polytheism.
It's a part of God. No, it's nothing to do with polytheism. It's a part of God.
No. That's what Sarah believes.
Yes, but if there is a God, that's the coherent view, not yours. If there is a God, the only coherent view, unless you're going to postulate some other extravagance, the only coherent view that I can see is that it's a panentheist view, that God is everything in some sense.
No, I don't believe that, honestly.
No, I know you don't believe it, but you've got to explain why not, because your explanation for how the universe came into being actually basically deduces to that.
I don't need to explain something I don't believe.
But you do believe that God created the universe from nothing. And
yes,
it was only God.
I believe the universe is a creation of God. This is what I believe.
I understand that. We've said that before.
So I don't believe that the universe is a part of God in terms of its, because you're saying that the universe is the same as God. He had the same.
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying it's a part of God in some way.
Which is God itself.
It's the material that makes up this universe was part of God before the universe. That's the only logical deductive argument option that you have based on what you've told me. I'm only going by your logic. I'm not using anything extra. I'm following what you told me. There was God, then there was a universe. And he said poof, and the universe came into existence. The moment he said poof, that material was originally part of God in some way. And now he's changed the material into another form, which is the universe. That's the only deductible answer you have.
Yeah, fine, but I believe
if that's the case.
God, I believe that Allah says, "Be and it is," kun fayakun, meaning be and it is, and that is how the universe was created.
Yeah, but that's just an appeal to magic.
Yeah, but we understand that. Yeah, we agree that that's. But the bigger consequence is that appeal to magic, and so it's saying, changes your theology, because then if we are part of God, then it's both irrational and immoral, which I think it is anyway, for there to be any punishment at all. And in fact, we're all part of God, we just don't know it. Now, that is a coherent view. Your view is incoherent to me, based on what you've said. And now I know you're not going to understand it here. Maybe it's time to take away and think about it. I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I've tried this with a few Muslims, and I get all kinds of red herrings and round the houses. But if they believe what they say they believe, then the deductive outcome is panentheism, which means that we're all a part of God. It's just that we're in a different form. It's like changing from water to ice.
That's polytheism. I don't believe that.
Polytheism. What is polytheism? What do you understand polytheism to mean?
No, I said that's pantheism. Pantheism.
That's right. Yeah. But that's what you should believe if you are consistent.
Well, I just don't believe that, because
you can just say you don't believe it, but just because you say it doesn't mean it's true.
I don't believe it. Okay.
Okay. Well, I would encourage you to go think about it. Somebody else can take it.
Why not?
I was just following this train of thought of Rob, and how about just an idea? How about there is nothing, and within this nothing there is, let's say, God, and suddenly with the literal poof, there is then the creation of matter within this nothing and not within God.
Okay, good. That's a very good question. But that then, and we haven't talked about that question, but that then denies omnipotence. If you think about it, if God is all powerful, then God is all there was. Unless you're saying there's something that existed next to or outside of God, in which case you deny his omnipotence. So if you include his omnipotence...
I don't understand the contradiction between omnipotence and not filling the entire available space.
Okay, good. So omnipotence is the overall omni property. Would you agree? All other omni properties flow from omnipotence. There isn't anything above that. That's like let's call it the primary omni property. Would you agree, or do you think there's something else?
I agree.
I don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
something to think about.
Omnipotence that well.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, but it includes omnipotence, omnipresence, all the other omni attributes flow from omnipotence. And
also, it's all other omnis are subsets of omnipotence.
Correct. There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. And if that's true, then you can't have anything else besides God. God must encompass all that there was prior to the universe. He can create other things, but anything that he creates comes from his essence. So think of it like a gas that fills the entire room, or the entire of everything. Anything that's created comes in some form from that gas. Let's call it that way. What Muslims want to say is, no, it can't be. It must be separate. And the only reason they say that is because of the Qur'an and because it needs to be different so that we can be punished. That's the main reason. Because the moment they accept that that's the case, it becomes panentheism. And then I think it's illogical and irrational, but it becomes doubly illogical and irrational if you subscribe to the panentheist view.
Okay, and I still didn't understand why is there a contradiction between omnipotence and something being outside God?
Because then there is something which God is not, in which case omnipotence is thrown away.
Oh, okay.
Created in parallel.
Yeah, so unless it came from God originally, which is fine. But if you're saying that it's always existed separate from God, then he's no longer omnipotent. So then you have to make a choice. Either he's maximally powerful, or he's some other version of powerful, or he's not. So that's where the real sort of extra contradiction comes in, so to speak. Now, somebody and I may actually do that in a future episode. I might actually present a view of God. I am an atheist, but I might present a view of God that overcomes all of these problems. And I'll present that as if I believe in this God, and then I would love you guys to challenge me to show me where I'm wrong. I'd really love that, because I think there is a coherent view of a God, but it's not the view that any of the Abrahamic religions portray.
That would be actually very interesting.
And in fact, I've said to other people on the show, I've said it before, if that God exists, I would want to have a relationship with that God, because there's no punishment. We've had past lives. There's a whole. I'd have to present it for you all, and then you'd have to dissect and go, oh, Rob, I think that's impossible, or whatever. You'd have to dissect it to see whether you think it's. I'm not saying it's true, but what I am saying is it doesn't appear to be contradictory in any manner. And if it were true, would any of us want that relationship? So I know we're all biased against any sort of relationship external to ourselves, if it may be a higher power. But if there was a power, because my minimum bar is a God that is unconditionally loving. And that's impossible under any Abrahamic view. So for me, I don't care about anything else. If the God existed, I would have to acknowledge that it exists, but I would not want a relationship. I would say, you are not a God that I can pray or have any relationship with. In fact, if I were God, if I had the powers you had, I would be a better God than you. So unconditionally loving is the minimum criteria for me. And of course, none of the Abrahamic religions have that. Christianity propose an all-loving God that is literally meaningless to me. I don't understand what all-loving means. I understand what unconditionally loving means, but all-loving is like, to me, it's a non sequitur. It's like two words put together, like yellow height. What does yellow height mean? Don't know. I know what yellow and height means. Put them together, it's meaningless. And so I could present you a view where there's an unconditionally loving God, where nobody gets punished, where you do, in fact, cease to exist in the form we understand. What happens afterwards, there's no punishment for anybody. In fact, part of the doctrine is that Hitler went to heaven. Now, even for us as atheists, we've always been in the belief that, do you know what, only good people go to heaven. And we all agree that Hitler did bad things and he was evil in most human beings' understanding. And for him to go to heaven, that's almost like a contradictory statement. And so, but there is a view that allows that. Now, most people listening and you guys listening here would go, I don't know how that's even possible. But if I had the time, if I can do it in the future, but I need to sort of present it and I need to get it all together. So it might take me a few weeks at least. But there is a coherent view of this. When I read it years ago, I was like, wow, You know, I would never have thought that there was anything like this. And that's why
oops. But just to pick that up, I think that Marshall, for example, has the wrong view, because he thinks it's about winning. It's not about winning, it's about understanding.
But if we go that road and we try to construct a thought, like a concept of God that is consistent with our logic, then we could, as Rob said before, limit this omnipotence of the supposed God, and then just call it something else. So not omnipotence, but maximally powerful or something like that. And then it could still be in agreement with what Marshall has proposed. It's just that we have a different understanding of his power.
Sure, but then the properties and the claims and all the presuppositions don't work anymore. This is the whole point.
Which presuppositions?
That God is all powerful, omniscient, all this, da, 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 da.
Yeah, but that's just an understanding. We already limit just the ultimate all power. The ultimate all powerfulness is shouldn't be restricted by logics. So by the laws of logic.
This is the whole point. It is, and this is why most Christians, for example, are no longer saying that God is omnipotent, but it is not in his nature to do those things which are illogical or bad or whatever.
Right, but then it's a redefinition of the power of God that you already do.
Exactly. So we are toning it down. So a lot of people are now saying, well, it is no longer omni this, omni this, omni that, and we can no longer say that everything comes from God, and therefore we need to make amends, and we need to say, well, this and this, and so they're reducing the capabilities of this God. And this is what we see with Marshall as well, that he is suddenly saying, well, no, it's not part of God, so we need to come up with something else. And this is the whole point. We need to understand what the qualities and what the definitions of a God actually is, which we don't have.
Fair enough.
Well, and this is exactly what I'm reading now with Marshall. Marshall does not really know what this whole thing is about. He looks at atheists as some evil beasts who are only trying to fight Islam and only bring out Islamophobia and things like that. And I see myself as a seeker. I see myself as somebody who tries to understand. So I'm actually welcome if somebody shows, hey, you were wrong, because that is how I learn. So for me, it's not about winning. For me, it's not about I want to be right and blah, blah, blah. No, for me, it's about understanding what the claims are and why these claims exist. And this is the important thing. And this is where somebody like Marshall does not really contribute, because for him, it's all about I'm right, I'm winning, because I need to do this for my God.
I don't know of the history, because that's the first Jinn&Tonic show that I've heard anything from Marshall. So I can't agree with that, because to me it sounded like at least an honest attempt of a conversation, just that the definitions were not set in advance. And I have the experience that we are talking past each other on a lot of occasions.
Absolutely. And this is why I'm always somebody who is insistent on definitions. I know I'm a pain in the ass, but it's true, but exactly for this reason. Welcome back, Jinn&Tonic show.
Yeah, I got dropped off. Lovely spiel there. I don't know when I dropped out, but anyway.
You're still cutting out.
Because or not.
Yes, but you are dropping out occasionally. I don't know why.
Okay, I'll let other people carry on.
Well, are we going to continue with the fitra or the beginning of the universe, or what are we going to talk about?
I am breaking down my fast, so I'm eating. This is why I'm not talking. Sorry.
Okay, so Marshall, are you still there? Are you still listening, or are you not going to contribute anymore?
I said I'm breaking my fast, so as soon as I finish, I'm going to join in.
So, do you actually fast?
What do you think?
Okay, fasting for me means that you are skipping lunch. All right, because
I don't care. I don't care about what do you think.
Well, that's what it is, because when I'm in a Muslim country, I cannot go. I mean, even a 24-hour McDonald's is closed, so you can't go and have lunch. So fasting in Islam means skipping lunch.
That's your own subjective opinion.
Correct. Then correct me.
So I don't care about it.
Am I wrong?
I said this is what I do. This is what I believe, so I don't care about what you think.
No, I'm asking, is it true that fasting is actually skipping lunch?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you very much. And then break your fast. You just called it fast. So if you are breaking your fasting, there are 3 things you're not allowed to do during the day while the sun is
up.
No.
I know you.
You're not allowed to drink. You're not allowed to have sex. Is that correct?
I know you want to. I know you want to discuss fasting so badly. I know.
Sorry, I asked. Is it correct that if you are fasting during Ramadan, that there's 3 things you're not allowed to do, and that is eat, drink, and sex? Is that correct?
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Yeah.
Okay. So if you are breaking your fast, does that mean you are eating while having sex?
No, even if you broke your fast, and you're not allowed to do any kind of things during this month.
Well, even at night time?
Even at night, yeah.
But you're allowed to eat at night time?
No, you aren't allowed. I'm saying you're not allowed to do, like, for example, what he said and all that bullshit.
No, but are you allowed to have sex at night time in Ramadan?
No, absolutely not.
Are you allowed to eat at night time during Ramadan?
You are allowed to eat. You are allowed to eat.
So are you understanding his question or not now?
I know. So he's saying it's contradictory,
yeah. Are you not supposed to have sex during the day as part of the fast, or throughout the whole month?
During the whole of the mouth.
Right. And what's the reason?
God says so.
It's bloody stupid. It's just stupid.
No, hang on. No, don't do that.
I need to eat. I need to break my fast, okay?
But you don't have a source for this, that you are not allowed to have sex for a month?
I mean, seriously, man, what is your point? Why are you asking these questions?
Because I'm curious. I've never heard this. I've never found this.
I just said to you what Muslims...
why it is that you are doing this.
What Muslims believe during Ramadan is that they are not allowed to eat, nor drink, nor have any kind of intercourses with women.
For 1 month?
Yes.
So you're not allowed to eat for 1 month?
No. I don't think you understand what fasting is.
Correct. That's why I'm asking you.
I said, what do you want to know exactly? Get to the point.
The point exactly is, you are talking about sex, that you're not allowed to have sex for 1 month, which I have never heard, seen, or anybody has discussed this or proposed this before. You are the first one. So I am astonished, and I would love to know, where did you get this from?
Okay, because maybe, I'm not sure, but there could be hadith that says this.
But you don't know which one. You just say there must be hadith somewhere.
I said I don't know exactly which one.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem.
Ayub, somebody's asking in the chat here, how many schwab you have earned this evening?
Okay, can you just ask him what, because there is no such thing as sawab in Arabic, so he has to get his question correct.
S-A-W-A-B.
I'm a native Arabic speaker, and sawab is not correct.
Yeah, well, it's obviously in English. It's not in Arabic.
So please go and ask him. Then you can ask me.
All right, you carry on eating then.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any other thoughts, guys? Yours answer?
Somebody wants to discuss Ahmadis, which is a huge, big topic, because nobody really understands where, what, how. They claim they are Muslims, where everybody else says they're not, because they can't be, because they don't see Muhammad as the last prophet, so they cannot be Muslim. So it's very weird.
Did you see the video with that fella that was critiquing Muhammad hijab and his sheikh talking to a Ahmadi? There's a video online that did like a bit like a critique I would do. Did you see that at all?
No, sorry, no.
I'll see if I can find that. It was, if I was an outside viewer, I'd be going, okay, this Ahmadi guy, I don't know whether it's true or not, but he sounds, reasonably plausible, because he's taking verses of the Qur'an and he's, interpreting it in his way and pointing out where hijab and the sheikh guy are laughing and being incorrect and all this sort of stuff, because they were talking to some Ahmadi, Ahmed, I don't know how you pronounce it, Ahmadiyya, in Speaker's Corner. I'll see if I can find that.
Okay, but you need to remember, I have never, ever come across an Ahmadi who didn't lie.
Oh, right, okay.
Now, I've had discussions with like 20 or 25, and I was appalled. I was really appalled. I've done a critique of a video of an Ahmadi, and this is also just lies. I don't know why they lie. I do not know what it is that makes Ahmadis lie. Now, I'm not saying all of them do, because but a lot of, I don't understand why. I do not know why they have this necessity, why they have this built-in urge to go and say things which are obviously not true.
Yeah, I haven't experienced chatting to them very often, so I don't have.
Did you have something where they said the truth?
Well, I don't know. It depends what it is. But I haven't. Most of the people down in Speaker's Corner are not Ahmadis. I rarely see them, and when they are there, they're engaging with Sunni Muslims normally.
Oh, this is a very interesting topic. Pull-ups is saying the pagan origins of Ramadan. Do you know that there's a guy called Wellhausen who wrote an entire book about the pagan origins of Islam? Do you know that he actually, if you look at Islam, it's very obvious. Why would you go and run around a black stone 7 times in anti-clockwise? Why would you throw pebbles at a rock and then think it's this and this and this? The whole origin of Islam is actually in the pagan rituals. No matter whether you take prayer, whether you take anything out of Islam, it's all pagan.
Okay. Is that something that you got time to present on? Because I'm not an expert on that.
No, Ike should do it because he's the expert on this.
Yeah, he doesn't really do this sort of stuff anymore. Maybe Abu knows something. I'll ask him.
It's very easy to read up. This guy who wrote the book, he went through everything, and Ike dissected this and said, and he brought all these dong. So because we did, I think, 2 or 3 shows on this, where we came up with all these things, all these origins of who thought up what and where and how did this affect the rest of Islam. It's brilliant. It's fascinating for me to see all the origins, all the different societies, all the different civilizations that had these kind of rituals. Look at the circumcision. It's not mentioned anywhere in the Quran, not in the least. And yet all male Muslims are circumcised. Why? Because they're following Muhammad. So come on, this is pagan origin, that's all.
Interesting book if somebody could summarize it. And so is there anything that you want to add, or is there any topics that you think perhaps we could discuss next week?
No, I'm just enjoying listening and seeing what's going on. Any topics are pretty cool. I don't know much about the Ahmadis like you, for example. Don't really come across them much. So I'd stay away from that topic, but I'm happy to hear what's going on about it.
Yeah. I'm logged in as Jinn&Tonic. Otherwise, I'll have a look and see if I can find that video where this guy critiqued Muhammad hijab and his sheikh buddy standing there.
That sounds interesting.
And he stops the video. He brings up verses. Then he's talking directly to camera and so forth. And he's an Ahmadi who's obviously supporting his brother type thing in Speaker's Corner against these 2 Sunnis. And obviously they're having this conversation. I think they're talking about whether Jesus died or whether, no, it wasn't that.
It would have been about Muhammad then, isn't it? Because that's the bone of contention between them.
Yeah, but something about somebody died. I don't know who it was in the Quran. This guy claimed, the Ahmadis claimed he did die, or he didn't die. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look into it.
And Marshall has broken his fast breaking to come up with unreliable websites. So every information that is somehow critical of Islam is unreliable. How are the facts unreliable? They're not. Sorry, I just have to interject.
No, but it's fine. I mean, I look at Wiki Islam. There's a ton of stuff on Wiki Islam, and if you're going to come along and say it's unreliable, or you don't agree with it, then I would present something, and you present something that tells me why it's wrong. Just to blanket outright, that's the same thing as saying, oh, he's an Islamophobe. Let's not have Tommy Robinson on because he's an Islamophobe. That sort of thing. You're entitled to your opinion, of course, but what really is important is what's true. And so, if something that Wiki Islam says is true or you can't refute it, then that's something for you to look into. You don't just say a site is terrible just because you don't like it. But I noticed that's one tactic that is used.
Okay, Marshall is asking, can you prove to me that fasting is pagan? Yes. I mean, for crying out loud. How do you think, what is pagan? Okay, number one, you need to first establish what is pagan. Number two, you need to look at the rituals that different pagan societies practiced. And then you need to go and you need to say, okay, how did those influence the Arabs in the Arabian or on the Arabian Peninsula? And it's frightfully easy. So you can prove that all these things or these things are pagan because the rituals are known in other societies. And it's not only the Nabateans, it's much earlier than that. I mean, it's like everybody knows that the flood is already contained in Kidu, in the Matrahazi, in all these different texts. The flood story is copied almost word for word from older texts. So don't come, is it really pagan? Yes, it is.
Well, there you have it, from the horse's mouth.
Actually, you know what? Can I say something?
Go for it.
Yeah, I was just thinking that this is very typical. I mean, I quite like Marshall. He's quite a nice guy overall. Essentially, what the same problem we have with him is the same problem we have with pretty much all theists, and that is that they pretend to be searching for truth, but actually they think they've already found it.
Correct.
They're not actually genuinely searching for truth, because if they were, they would actually understand these points that you guys make, which are so sensible and reasonable and honest. Now, he listens to it, or pretends to listen to it, but then he just quickly already jumps to his, either repeats what he said earlier, or he jumps to his, I don't know, knee-jerk response or whatever. He's not actually really searching for the truth. Now, what we need to do with them is make them understand that, look, if you're going to have this intellectual debate, you need to start from a position where you haven't already decided that Islam is true. Yeah, you need to go back whatever steps. Maybe it's probably to the day you were born, given the way most people have experienced Islam. You might have to go back all the way to everything you've ever known. But for us to have a genuinely intellectual conversation, you have to relinquish this idea that it's definitely true, because otherwise you're just wasting our time and wasting your own time. And this is essentially the problem, I find.
Yeah, they are starting from the opposite position, potentially. They'll claim we're doing the same, which is obviously not the case, but they are starting from the position of, okay, so I have a conclusion already, and I'm going to look out into the world and see what I can find to validate my conclusion. And when I find something, be it through science or some other methodology, I will embrace that. And when I see something that's contradictory, I will find ways to put holes in that or to avoid that. And obviously for you and I and everybody else that's a non-theist, we notice the inconsistencies. They don't seem to notice that they're trying to prove a conclusion. So they're using what Karl Popper said, which is going backwards in time. So he noticed the difference, the methodology difference between the psychologist, what's his name, the famous psychologist way back in the early 1900s.
Sigmund Freud.
There we go, Sigmund Freud, thank you. He noticed that Freud was able to validate whatever he came up with, and then he compared it with Einstein. And he went, well, Einstein made these predictions, and it was much more. There was more. What's the word?
Future based, like.
There was more future based, but there was more of a gamble because he could be wrong. And he noticed the difference in the methodologies, and that's exactly what theists tend to do.
So future events would confirm his idea, which is
or falsify it.
Yeah, which is basically science at heart, which is the scientific method.
Correct. Now you get this half-hearted attempt by Muslims to go, hey, yes, of course we can just falsify the Quran. And of course there's tons of falsification things you can bring. They've got some kind of answer that makes them sleep at night, and the rest of us just shake our heads. So again, it's like an unfalsifiable claim, really, because obviously bring any verse like it, we know that's not for us, even though they sometimes claim it is. But any other of the multitude of different contradictions, no, that's not. There's some answer to no, the 5,000 angels versus the 1,000. No, those were different battles. I've got no reason to think that, or maybe my scholar, my imam told me because he had some kind of dream or whatever the case.
Again, Rob, sorry to cut you there, but again, this comes on to the point that I'm saying is that, look, even when we get to this stage of the situation, we point out to them that, look, guys, you guys are being intellectually dishonest because you are cherry picking scientists, specific scientists who happen to agree with you and who are very much a minority. And you're ignoring the whole bulk of the consensus or the other evidence and work. Now, that's obviously silly, because if you were to respect the scientific method in itself, then you would have gone with the consensus, not cherry-picked the minority. So it's obvious for us to, like, when we show them that, look, you're only using science as a way of bolstering what you've already decided to be true. If you actually think that science is worthwhile and useful, then you'd go where the science is telling you to go. But you don't.
You'd go with a consensus opinion on
at
whatever
least with the consensus is,
on whatever the topic is. If there isn't a consensus, then obviously you'd be agnostic, but you wouldn't claim a particular position unless you had overwhelming evidence. So
that is reserved for literally when like you say, the evidence is mountainous and overwhelming and irrefutable. That's when you make positive claims.
There you go. And I've just finished reading what do you call it? Why Evolution is True. As far as Jerry Coyne is concerned.
Coyne, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Evolution is as close to a scientific fact now. I watched the debate with Sabur and Aaron Ra, and I'm a little bit cautious to say it's a fact in a philosophical term, but it's the one of, if not the best scientific theory, with mountains of data from so many different points. And so when Sabur tries to poke holes and to quote, obscure people, that, you're always going to have an outlier, as you say, somebody who's challenging part of the theory here, there, and everywhere, and that's all fine. But we're justified with going with overwhelming evidence of the consensus of scientists in multitude of different fields.
And even the things that he brings up to criticize it, these are fringe aspects of the theory. The core aspect of it is undeniably true. I don't think a single person would deny that.
Well, none of the evolutionary biologists.
Not a single elite professional would.
Or paleontologists, whoever's serious in that field, they may have slight differentiations in small parts of the methodology, but natural selection as the overarching mechanism.
But even then, even if they were to say that they can't put their faith in the essence of the theory itself, what they wouldn't be able to deny is that the overwhelming evidence points in that direction. They cannot deny that. The experts will, because they're familiar with the evidence and what it means. So they would not be able to deny that, and they would have to admit that there is no strong evidence that either refutes it or contradicts it, and all the evidence that there is supports it.
Yes, that's pretty much it.
Whether they choose to believe it's still true or how true is, that's the individual people can decide what they want, but the experts will never deny that. So that is the situation.
But there are some Muslims that are actually, they can't get away from it. The Muslims that are, attempting to be honest, they can't get away from it. I want to try and find that video here. Some guy here that's, fairly well respected among Muslims. He's basically going, it's a scientific fact, but the only thing we've got to kind of work on now is except for humans. So those that can't escape it and who are relatively intellectually honest to whatever degree that is.
For him to say except for humans, I mean, that is just the most ridiculous thing. I can't believe that any serious intellectual would ever say that.
Well, in a way, that's good, because what they're doing is they're retreating back to only humans. And once that post falls...
That's easy to refute that, because if they were to say that it's not true, but then you get into more philosophical issues of how valid the evidence is or not, or science in general. But if he's going to say evolution is a scientific fact, but just not for humans, then we can easily prove to him why the evidence for human evolution is equal to the evidence of any other animals in the evolution. That
Yes,
should
you
be
could.
easy. That should be easy in principle, because he accepts the proof for other animals and other creatures. So therefore, when we present to him the proof for human beings, which is going to be equal, he will have no way of avoiding it.
Well, they have got a way of avoiding it. They claim that there's no evidence that links the fossils together.
Yeah, the missing links, which is just ridiculous. I mean, come on, how pathetic is that? Christians stopped using that type of argument like 100 years ago.
At least the Christians have tried to, bring up an alternative method, which is intelligent design, no matter how bad it is. And it was obviously struck down in 2006 in the Dover court trial, and that was with a Republican Christian judge. If you look at what he said, it was devastating. I've not seen a...
was that in this country?
No, this was in the US on the East Coast.
When they had, in 2006 this was.
Yeah, there was the school board. 11 parents took the school board to court because the school board insisted that all biology teachers in that particular district had to read this precursor before they taught evolution, basically saying it's just a theory, and hey, if you want to get another view, read this Pandas and People. And so the biology teachers refused, and 11 parents took them to court, and went all the way through the court. They had the guy from the Christian apologetics, Michael Behe. Now he's one of the leading proponents of intelligent design, and he came up with that, with the irreducible complexity, which basically just means, like the phlogiston. I'm saying it wrong.
The flagellum.
Flagellum. Thank you. That little tail couldn't be reduced any further. Otherwise, you couldn't have that particular organism. So it had to have started with all its parts, because you take one part away, and the little fellow can't do anything. So that was his whole thing, and he was absolutely roasted. But the judgment, when the judge came out, normally judges are quite reserved with their judgments, and I was reading it again in because obviously,
especially if he's a Christian. If he's a Christian judge, then you would expect him to be a little bit more tactful.
Yeah, everybody's holding their breath because he was a Reagan appointee, he was a Republican and a Christian, a committed Christian. But his judgment was just devastating. And all credit to him, because he separated his religion from giving the right answer. But it was the whole trial was just so one-sided. You would have had to take somebody who was like literally not sitting there to vote to judge any other way. But it was a very strong judgment. Most judges are not that strong. How this is just creationism repackaged, etc., etc. It can't be taught in the science class. It was really like a devastating judgment. Yeah, if you read it, it's like, whoa, this guy, he just absolutely smashed intelligent design.
Right.
But the Muslims haven't even got that. So all they can do is try and pick at the sides, like chipping away at a big marble statue. You can see it there. There's all the evidence, but we'll try and chip away at it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They try to discredit science in general, but then at the same time, they constantly refer back to it.
Yes, that amuses me when I get people in Speaker's Corner going, no, we're not anti-science. We love science. No, you only like the parts that agree with you.
You can't trust your senses. Science is based on the assumption that we have rationality. They come up with that bollocks.
Yes. As soon as they're in a corner, and as soon as I hear that, then I know they haven't got an answer. So now we're going to question science, but we're only going to question it when it disagrees with us. We'll use science when it proves whatever it is they want to prove. But as soon as there isn't,
when they're quoting Henry G, they haven't got a problem with science then, even though he's the worst example.
Yeah, I've got something on Henry G, because he was the editor of Nature.
Yeah.
He's a Christian as well. So everybody that Sabur quoted as being atheists is in fact Christian. So
mainstream atheist academics. That's his catchphrase. Mainstream atheist academics.
As if that makes some difference.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody cares what their personal beliefs are.
Yeah, I must try and find this video, because it's very telling. He has a reasonably well-respected Muslim, I think, and he's standing up saying, hey, do you know what, guys? Evolution is a fact. We can't get away from that. And it contradicts the Qur'an. And now, okay, so how, and he's saying this to an audience, basically. And so how are we going to deal with this? And we need to look at how man was created. So all they're going to narrow their focus to is man now. So they'll accept macroevolution and natural selection.
But even that in itself is so telling, that they have to take it like a game plan. That, this discredits the Qur'an, so therefore we have to work away. Can't you just accept that your Qur'an is not true? Like, do you know what I mean? Why do you have to play all these intellectual games to justify something that you are suspecting is not true?
Here we go.
Why don't you just admit that it's probably not true?
Well, obviously they can't do that. Well, I mean, they could, but they won't.
Well,
so there, if you're in the chat, grab that link there. You can go watch that Muslim fella there talk about how they can't really escape using the Qur'an, can't really escape evolution, but they attempt to try. And again, we can all observe the double standard here, the need. It's almost like, and it's not meant in a derogatory way, but it isn't analogous to, it's like a baby and you're taking away their toy and they want to hold on to that toy. And it's like, okay, it's time to grow up. This toy is now for younger children or whatever it is. And I want to hold on to this thing. And of course, the biggest reason I hear is not, people don't come to me at Speaker's Corner and go, you know what, I'm a Muslim because I believe it's so true. There's so much evidence favor. That comes afterwards.
They pretend that that's the reason. When you're debating with someone, they pretend that that's the reason.
They didn't become a Muslim.
Deep down, it's always emotional and psychological reasons.
Correct. Yeah. And that's why my claim is that every single theist on this planet is not using their critical faculties to the level that they should. Because if I was able to question everyone, from a William Lane Craig to Alvin Plantinga to whoever it was, and I asked them various questions, I would get to a point, I'm certain I'd get to a point and go, okay, at that point there where you said that, that's where you should have been more critical. And because you weren't critical enough, now X, Y, and Z you've allowed X, Y, and Z to happen. So it would be relatively easy to pinpoint where they should have been more critical and weren't. So that's my global claim against all theists.
No, I agree with you. And I also believe that you would be able to demonstrate that.
Yeah, just asking certain questions, going, hang on a moment. At that point, would you have believed that if it was, Santa Claus or, Invisible Dragon? No. So why are you believing it now? That's where your critical factor. And now they're going to try and give reasons.
Yeah, I mean, even for example, with the people that come on this show, it's all fair and well when they're arguing for their specific belief, but the minute you say to them, Marshall, that argument there can be used to demonstrate the belief in anything, in any god, in any type of god or any type of outside magical creature. So how does it bolster your specific belief? They should realize at that point that it's actually useless then, isn't it? They if an argument can be used to demonstrate any type of magical god, then you can't use that as your specific reason for believing in your one.
Yeah, but all the apologists, here's what all the apologists do. It's a multi-step process. So they don't mind, and Muslims are very happy to borrow all the Christian arguments because they don't really have any intellectual ones of their own. So they're borrowing the Christian ones because it's a multi-step process. As long as they can get you to accept any one of the arguments, it's not for their God, then they can argue the next step on, which is, okay, now I'll tell you why my God is the right one and is not the Christian God.
But every single step is flawed, every single step.
There you go. But that's why they are able to borrow the Christian, or the Judaism.
So, they wouldn't be able to borrow the logic of other theologians if it wasn't so flexible, for example.
Just on a separate topic, I'm going to post a video here because I saw somebody talked earlier about sight in Bruggencate. So I'm posting something in the chat and I've posted it for you guys there. Go and watch that video when you get a chance. This is another one of the Dawa guys, the Ayera guys. And he's trying to borrow sight in Bruggencate's presuppositionalist approach. Now, if you've never heard of it, it's worth learning and worth understanding. And Ozymandias Ramesses II is an expert at dismantling this, and other people are too. It's a fascinating argument because when you hear it, your bullshit detector goes off and you go, this is bullshit, but you're not quite sure how to respond to it because there's a couple of lines of ways they can go. Now, he's trying to borrow the sight in Bruggencate, which is the bulldozer approach, but there are more subtle versions of this. But essentially, they start with God and they argue that you can't know or believe or have any morals or do anything without God. God is like the foundation. So obviously this Muslim is trying to,
but how do they know that that's true? How do they know that is true as a principle in itself?
Because the moment you even use those words, you're presupposing God. So it's a circular argument, but what they claim is that here's the irony. They claim it's virtuously circular. Whereas our argument based on rationality is viciously circular. Now, of course, there's no such thing.
The virtue
I just made this shit up.
What makes it virtuous?
It sounds good to them. I've got a virtuously circular argument. You've got a viciously circular argument. Therefore, my circular argument is better than yours.
No, it's a circular
and that's
argument.
Essentially. But when you get hit with this, if you get hit with this in Speaker's Corner and you don't know what it is, you will get stumped because you'll get caught in the trap of trying to justify your reason. And it's very easy for I could do it to you now. I could do it to everyone on this panel here, and everybody who's listening. I could use the same thing where you get to what's called a justification regress. You get to a point where you can't justify anything anymore. You've got to a point where, okay, I've got no words left to argue with. And that's the trick that some people attempt to use. And of course, if you get caught into this, it's very disconcerting, because you don't have an answer. You could do the same to them, but by that stage, they're ahead of the game. And so it's worth watching this video. And then it's also worth looking up Ozymandias Ramesses II, because he's dismantled this in such a way that there's certain things you can ask and you can show that they're no better off and possibly worse off than what we are. Because their claim is they can justify rationality or reason or logic, but you've got to presuppose God. And we've got no basis, which of course is not true. But if you don't know how to argue that one, then you can get caught, because you just you don't know what to say. It's not because they're right. It's just because it's a tricky argument if you've not looked into it.
It's just typical. It's the way that they used to do the cosmology and their premises and then the conclusion. If you're not trained in philosophy, it's very easy for them to trip you up like that. Or
yes, it is.
Nothing exists without a beginning. Nothing exists without a cause. I mean, these seem like they're quite reasonable things to say, but it's only if you look into it more deeply and at the actual science behind it that you realize that it's just rubbish. But if you didn't know about all that, it'd be very easy to agree with them. Yep, the cause, the universe began to exist. Yep, so sounds logical to me. You must be right.
Yeah, so that again, and as you know, it's something that Joost has very, very well pointed out tonight, which, thank you so much, Joost, for bringing it to our attention again. We just don't think about it that often, but, he's brought up the difference between what's logically possible and what our intuition or our experience tells us. And because we are encapsulated in this universe and we have certain beliefs, because we look out in the world and we use induction to find out what's going on, the past equals the past is equal to the present. It should work the same way in the future, and the laws of the universe and the laws of physics seem to hold. So, we're justified in believing they will work the same way tomorrow. But it could be that they don't. But it is reasonable to assume that we are. But then they use what's within the universe and want to apply that outside the universe to try and justify their view. But the thing I was going to ask Marshall, which we never really got to, is if we're going to be consistent, because he wanted to use simple logic. Now, my question now, and I've asked this at Speaker's Corner, and of course I haven't got a proper answer, is if you're going to be consistent, explain to me why I should take seriously the theist version of nothing, because their version of nothing is the absence of anything or everything. Now, that's a concept. That's a concept like an invisible dragon or a pink unicorn. Yes, we can talk about that and we can have some understanding of it, but why should I take that seriously? Because using his logic, is there any way or any evidence to suggest that absolute nothing has or does or will ever exist? We've got nothing within this universe, because he's appealing to this universe to try and make the argument for God. Now I want him to do the same thing and justify why I should take seriously his version of absolute nothing, when we have no way to show that that's even plausible, never mind actually having happened.
Yep, I agree. That's a good point.
So it's worth asking that if you're at Speaker's Corner and they say, the universe came from nothing, then the question is, well, why? Obviously tell me what your version of nothing is. Quite obviously, they'll just tell you it's the absence of anything or everything. Great. Why should I accept that as true? And here's the scientific version, which is the absence of space and time. Or even just the absence of space, the absence of anything material.
Yeah.
And that part they have tested. They've tested that in a laboratory. So what they've done is they've got a special cage that they've used, and they've put these little metal things in there, and they've just left the cage. They've sucked out everything, every particle that's possible. So it's essentially a vacuum. Yes, there's still time.
But surely, what about the dimensions though? There's still.
Well, it's essentially a scientific version of nothing. In other words, there's no material, there's nothing. Obviously.
Yeah, no
so
physical
we can't say
thing.
The absence of time, but we can say the absence of any material. And what happens? It'll generate virtual particles. And so, is it possible that we can do the same on a bigger scale? There's no reason to suggest it's not possible. And of course, Carlo, who's the guy that I've done a few of those little takes with, and I've got a couple more to upload.
Carlo,
about it. So he's obviously he's studied now, and he's got his degree in early cosmology, which is like the beginning of the universe.
Right.
He talks about how the quantum mechanics can generate universes from what we would consider as scientific nothing, the absence of space and time. So
yeah, that was a video you done with him.
Yeah. So there's no time, there's no particles, there's no nothing. There is no thing there, and from that no thing,
you get something.
Virtual particles can come into being, and when they cross over, when the waves, because they're like dropping a pebble in a pond, and the waves radiate out. When those rays cross each other, that's when a universe can be created. And so, there we've got a version that can essentially come from nothing. Now, that version I'm happy with because that meets our scientific laws. But the theists will not be happy. They will come and say, no,
and
that's not nothing.
It also matches everything we know about everything else in the universe as well. Because
correct. And the experiment we've done here, apart from time, the other part of the experiment, we've actually done that experiment minus the time bit. So we've left stuff there, and virtual particles have been created, but they'll go, no, that's not nothing, because nothing is the absence of anything or everything, or even the potential for something to come into existence. So now they're looking for it.
If that's their definition of nothing, then they never could have been a universe anyway.
Well, of course, then they go to their problem, which is God just did it from nothing. Now, I can accept that a God could do something.
Once again, that's just an appeal to magic. You create all these weird laws. Oh, it has to be this way, and your God by definition doesn't have to obey these laws. It's just so silly. I mean, it's just intellectually pathetic.
Well, they certainly don't have science to back it up. That's the main thing. So all they have is a philosophical argument.
Yeah, but they philosophically squirm away from the science by making things more and more complicated. That it has to be a nothing that couldn't ever, and then they say, yeah, but that doesn't apply to God. We can get away with it.
Yes, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's a bit more to it with Craig's version, but the simplistic version is exactly what you've said there. Craig tries to defend that version, but again, I don't have to be a top philosopher to look at his justifications for it and find them wanting and go, hang on a moment, I don't need to be at Craig's level. He's making a justification. How does he justify that? And of course, nobody at Speaker's Corner, is even remotely in Craig's league. So you won't get that sort of level of justification anyway. They'll just try the simple logic sort of stuff. Yeah. But my question really is, why should I take their version of nothing? If we're going to be consistent and look at what's in this universe and then try and extrapolate outside this universe, which is what they want to do, then surely we need to be the same, just as consistent when we talk about absolute nothing. Why? It's just a concept. To me, that's like a fairy tale. It's something that philosophy's come up with, like an invisible dragon.
It's never been demonstrated to have existed, and there's no need for it to have ever existed.
Exactly.
So there's no reason to assume it ever did or can.
So why should I accept that? You should accept the scientific version of nothing, because that has been demonstrated, at least to a point, and our mathematics and our observations show it's entirely plausible, if not probable.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, someone like Marshall would just say, oh, but that's not been proven definitely or to the hilt, and you're like, well, almost nothing in science is. We have to use it as a basis to make a model and then keep looking at the world and see whether it stands up to what the world is telling us. And if it does, we'll keep on using it. And then eventually one day we might have to discard it because it turns out to be wrong. But that won't matter because we'll have found something better, and that's why we're discarding it.
Yes, and as soon as I hear somebody saying it's not absolute, or you haven't done it for certain, now I know they're hanging on by their fingernails.
Yeah, exactly.
Because nobody in science talks about absolutes. So they are bringing in a level of but they want a level that no science can reach, because it makes them feel good. Oh, so science hasn't got absolute, but therefore I'm somehow justified in believing something else because it's not absolute.
Yeah, no, that problem crops up all the time. But more than that, theists often have this mentality where they just are absolutist kind of people. Their mentality is one which seeks absolutism, meaning that if you told them, I'm not sure about something, they'll just naturally want to reject that because they don't like not being sure about things. Whereas if you just said, oh, actually, I am sure about it, but yes, rather than no, they'll be like, oh, because you're sure about it, that makes it all right. Do you know what I mean? They have this thing of like, if anybody just even claims surety, that somehow makes it more credible than someone who's more honest and just says, well, we're not sure.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there where you said claims surety, because there's very few things that one can claim to be certain of. Certainly all at the same time. We can claim certainty on certain things at certain points, as Ozzy's pointed out, but to claim certainty on multiple things simultaneously, that's not so easy. So yes, we can claim that thinking is going on. Yes, we can claim that, I think that's the foundation one. We can also claim that the laws of logic, we go by those. We can't prove them, but that we can use the laws of logic, and we should if we want to be rational. But there's not a lot that we can be certain about. But nobody in life runs on certainty apart from theists when it suits them, because they're not really certain, but it sounds good on occasions when you're backed into a corner. Hey, but do you know that for certain? And of course we have to answer, no, we don't know that for certain. Oh, whew, there's my get out of jail. There's my escape. There's my back door. Because you're not certain, I can escape, even if the overwhelming evidence points in that direction.
Yeah. But what I always say to them is then, all right, then I am certain. And just change it to, yeah, I am certain. There is no God. And then they say, what now? You're sure there is a God, but you can't prove it? I'm sure there is not a God, and I can't prove it.
Okay, but now I would be cautious of doing that, because now you've
I'm saying for like a kind of joke, just to prove it.
Yeah, you could do it as a joke. Yeah. But if you said that, now you're taking on a justification, which
of course, that's not my position. I couldn't defend that position.
But I'm persuaded by Ozzy's view on atheism, and tell me what your thoughts are. Ozzy's view is that some atheists, not all, but some atheists want to use what he terms lacktheism, which is essentially, I lack a belief and I don't have to give you any justification. The burden of proof is all on you. Yeah. And I just have to stand here. I don't have to answer questions. I just have to stand here and listen. Yeah. And his view is that that's not intellectually honest. And the reason is because even if you have a non-belief, so let's say I don't believe in flying unicorns, I still have a justification. If somebody says to me, Rob, why don't you believe in flying unicorns? My response should not be, well, I don't have to answer that question. Yeah. My response should be, because I don't see any good reasons or evidence. That's all I need as a justification. But to shy away from any justification is then going to what he terms lacktheism, which is kind of trying to stay in the neutral ground and not to justify, because you should still justify why you don't believe something. The justification burden, or the warrant, as he calls it, is much, much lower. Yeah, but you just have to give the reasons why you don't. You don't have to then prove why you don't, because it is a negative claim. They've got to do it. But if I come with evolution, now I've got to show why. They don't have to say, oh, I don't believe it, and I don't have to say why. They should say, hey, I don't believe evolution because we can't find the transitional fossils, or I don't think man came from a monkey, or whatever, typical thing they say. That's enough of that's all they have to do to justify it. But to avoid the justification, in his view, and I'm persuaded by that, is not intellectually honest. So if somebody asks you, answer, or anybody, why are you an atheist? You can give your reasons. You don't have to go into a long story. You don't have to make a huge justification like they do. But if I asked you, and so why are you an atheist? What would be your response?
Well, the thing is, I kind of think, to be honest, that this is just a little bit of a trick, because it's just a little bit of a play with the burden of proof again. At the end of the day, to be neutral is to be that person who says, I don't believe, and I can't, you don't even have to say can't think of a good reason why. You haven't presented any reason to believe. That's what it all boils down to. Is someone making the positive claim has to give a reason for why they think that's true. And if it's convincing to you, then you will agree with them. But if they haven't, then you don't need to tell them that they haven't, because they haven't. You can, that is essentially still, I would consider a perfect lacktheism, as he defines it. I think it's perfectly reasonable. You don't have to say why you don't believe in something. If somebody asks me, why do you believe in evolution? I'll say, because of all the evidence that's been provided, and anything that I've ever seen in my life only supports it, and nothing I've ever seen refutes it. So if they say to me, why don't you believe in Allah? I'll say, because it's quite the opposite. Everything I've seen in my life refutes it, and nothing I've ever seen supports it.
Okay, but there you go. You've now just given a justification.
But I wouldn't have to. I still wouldn't have to, because it's still their burden to demonstrate to me why I should even think there is such a thing as Allah, or even as a concept to begin with. If somebody can come and ask me about any deity.
Okay, but his point, and that's why I'm persuaded, his point is the following. You have got a belief, haven't you? You have a belief that no gods, or Allah, or whichever gods, do not exist, correct?
No, not really. There may well be some kind of character out there somewhere in some form. But if you present to me that you believe in a particular one, and I can't see a good reason to believe in that particular one, then I won't believe in it. I won't disbelieve that he definitely doesn't exist.
Okay, but that's okay. But be careful there, because now you're going towards the knowledge claim. So when you say definitely, that's a separate thing. Just obviously, as you've heard the marble analogy, you've seen it with Matt.
Yeah.
So be careful with the difference between belief and knowledge, because it's very easy to stray between the two. And so it's all about the belief. Let's put aside the knowledge, because really none of us, whether it's you or me or any of the atheists, if we're theists, if we're honest, none of us knows. So actually, every single, or pretty much every single one that I'm aware of, we're all agnostic on the knowledge claim. We know or we don't know. Neither of us know. We should all say, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then probably, because we use that language, we'd probably add for sure. We don't need to say the word for sure, but we would probably say for sure.
Yeah.
But really, all we need to say is we don't know. But you and I would say that. The theist should say that if they're honest as well. But now we get to the real crux, which isn't the knowledge claim, it's the belief claim.
The belief, yeah. So I lack belief in all particular deities.
Why?
Because I can't think of any good reason to, and I've never been presented with any good reason to.
Okay, but that's your justification.
I shouldn't feel like I should have to explain that. I think
you should, and I'm persuaded by Ozzy, because if somebody asks you what is your belief, and you have stated a belief, okay, it's a negative belief, but you've still stated something. You believe something about the world, and if you're honest, you should be able to say what it is. Now, the level of belief is the level of justification is very low.
Okay. I mean that's fair. That's fair enough, Rob. I can see what you mean, and I can see what your point is. Fair enough. I mean, for you to say I can't think of any good reason, and I've never been presented with a good reason, that's fine. But as long as it stops at that. Now, if the person starts to act as if you now have some sort of burden to demonstrate more substantially why you don't believe in their particular deity, they flipped it already, haven't they? The minute they start asking you more than that one question, they've already changed the burden of proof onto your shoulders.
It depends. So let's put it this way. If I was in the park and somebody come to me and said, Rob, what do you believe? And I said, okay, I'm an atheist. And they say, why are you an atheist? And I'd obviously ask them which particular God. Let's say it's Allah. And they said to me, well, why don't you believe? And I would say what you said, which is I don't see any good reasons or evidence that persuades me that Allah is in any way real. And they might ask, like, okay, that's fine. Is there anything else? And I would go further. You wouldn't have to, and you don't have to. I agree. But there are reasons why I don't believe. It's not that I just don't believe because it makes me feel good.
But at that point in the conversation, would you also feel confident now that you've put the ball back in his court in terms of burden?
No. So I would say there's no good reasons and evidence, and so the next question could be from a theist. Okay, so what's the biggest reason you don't believe? Because now I've given a general claim, which is...
But you could just repeat it, the same thing, and say, because there is no good reason whatsoever to believe.
Okay, but he would say, what is that reason or no good reason?
Again, you're allowing them to push the burden of proof towards you. Whereas what you should be doing is that you provide a reason for why you believe, and ask me why I don't share the belief in that being a good reason. Because that is essentially their responsibility now, isn't it?
It is. It is. Look, I'm not here to argue that they don't have the massive burden of proof. They do. But I think the more certain we become in our position, the better we should be able to say why. So it's not just a case of, and you are welcome to, and I think you have discharged your warrant for saying, hey, this is why I don't. If somebody asks me, okay, have you got any specific reasons why you don't? Then I would say yes. I would say I think the God is irrational and immoral. I think the omni properties are contradictory.
Unlikely,
and I don't see any empirical or physical evidence that the God has in fact interacted in this world in any way that we can measure. However, having said that, I do think in principle it is possible for us to detect if this God had done something in this world. So I'm not a philosophical materialist which goes, it's impossible for us to ever know if there's a God. I'm a methodological naturalist, which means in principle science will test whatever happens in the natural world. I don't know what happens outside the natural world, but if there is something supernatural and he's put his finger in, he's dipped his finger in here, there must be a way to detect that in principle. Hamza and I argued this, and he was, of course, he was very stubborn about it, going, no, science can't do it. And so I asked him for an example. Give me an example of a case where God has intervened in the natural world. He goes, the flood. I go, great. In principle, science could investigate.
We
It goes, no, it's
that
impossible.
then, isn't it? We could detect.
Okay?
Yeah. Otherwise,
Exactly. I'm saying, no, it's not impossible. And of course, I never got to fully articulate it because he kept arguing the point. From his point of view, science is the wrong tool. So it's impossible in his view, because of course he thinks I'm a philosophical naturalist, even though I've told him I'm not. I don't think he knows the difference really. Even though I have explained it. But let's say, so here's the example. Let's say that the flood happened, and it happened the way he said, which is a local flood. Okay, so let's say there was a local flood, whatever that means, in the Middle East. And the stories are true that, in fact, the ark is on top of Mount Ararat, for example.
Yeah.
Let's say that the snow melted, and we actually found something that looked like an ark. And we went to investigate that ark, and we found biological and DNA evidence that, in fact, there were animals, and it happened like the story happened. Now, to me, that's fairly substantial evidence that says that the story, in terms of the boat sailing and animals being on the boat, that part of the story is true. Does that mean that God itself is true? Not necessarily, but it certainly means that that part of the story is now more likely true. If we've done DNA, we've checked that it's exactly the right age, we've taken particles, we've taken samples, etc., whatever it is. Now, somebody might say, oh, Rob, you're setting the bar very high. But of course, I'm setting the bar high in order to ascertain that it's, potentially supernatural event.
Well, only as high as what normal science would do for any type of evidence.
I mean, Ozzy does it in a better way. Ozzy basically says, if we looked up in the sky, everybody did, and the stars aligned and said, I'm here, and every scientist in the world saw that, every human in the world saw that, and we could measure it, we could record it, and then we looked in the telescope, and we saw that every particle had a signature saying Allah is here, or I am here, or whatever the case is, and we all had similar experiences. That would be fairly overwhelming. Now, again, a radical skeptic, a theist could play the radical skeptic card of going, hey, but an alien could do that to you as well, could make you believe all of those things. Well, in theory, yes, but what's the most reasonable position? If the evidence was overwhelming in favor of a particular God like that, then that would be the reasonable position to hold. But you would need overwhelming evidence from across the world, because obviously this is God we're talking about. So it's no small matter. And of course, we're going to demand extraordinary evidence. But something like that could be extraordinary evidence. And then it would be very hard to go, do you know what? This is just, we've got to chalk this up to aliens or something else. Yeah. And so in principle, all my argument is, in principle, we could measure it if this entity did something in this natural world.
Yeah. But obviously they want to avoid that, because then that puts them their God on the laboratory table, basically, doesn't it? Because it means that now we have a way of falsifying it, and it might one day, for years and years, we realize that it's becoming less and less likely because he doesn't actually do anything. Now,
yes, exactly. So if they can rule out science as a methodology, in principle, now what have we got left to rely on? Now we've got to rely on testimony or personal experience.
Yeah, but the thing is that all of the religions are based on their God specifically putting his hands into the mix, very specifically in the lives of individual people, turning up in caves and talking and grabbing people, and you know what I mean? It's just like they have to rely on that. So surely, what do they say about that then? Did the angel turn up to?
Well, they're quite happy with it when it suits them.
Speaking a voice or not, or did this all filter through in some non-physical way that science would not have been able to detect?
Okay, well, again, in principle, we if we were there at the time, or where there was some way we could detect it, we would, in principle. But they are quite happy to use testimony and personal experience. It's just that when suddenly we want to do that, oh no, that's no good. Which is something, I don't know if Inspector Monkfish is still here, but that's something that he pointed out specifically, is that the IRA crowd and some Muslims are quite happy with testimony. The expert testimony is fine for them. But then when you want to use the overwhelming evidence and testimony from the experts for evolution, well, now suddenly that's not okay. Yeah. And so there's a double standard there. But if you look it up, I don't have it with me, but Stephen Law, who's a philosopher, has come up with a fairly convincing argument. It's called the X claim, like X, the letter X claim. And his argument is basically that we should not trust testimony and personal experience for extraordinary claims.
Of course not.
By default, we shouldn't, but it relates specifically to testimony and personal experience. It doesn't relate to other forms of knowledge.
It's funny that his name is law, but what do you think the law says about such things? If somebody has a personal testimony of some claim of magic, is the law supposed to, like, for example, if I was convicted of murder or stealing, and I said no, a magical creature made of light turned up while I was there, and it was just me and him, and he did it, is that really gonna get me very far in a court of law?
No, definitely not in a court of law.
Yeah, so testimony in a court of law about supernatural things is obviously going to be rejected for that reason.
Correct. Yeah. And of course, we should do that as well. We know the old saying, extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. And that's where the critical faculties come in, and that's where critical thinking, as I've claimed, is missing from every theist on this planet. At some point, they've just let the critical faculties slip down, and then try to bring it up again afterwards. But by that stage,
this is the thing. You talk to them about evolution, and their standards of evidential criteria for evidence are higher than what most scientists are, who are experts in evidence and its value. Then you talk to them about what they believe, and they believe in all these magical fairies and jinns flying around and hiding and speaking in people's ears and causing people to behave badly and stuff like that. And honestly, it just makes me shake my head that they can be so, the juxtaposition of these two ways of thinking. On the one hand, they're so super critical of things like evolution to such a ridiculous level, it's just unbelievable. But then on the other hand, they're prepared to believe in magical monsters and ghosts, basically.
Well, yeah, there's clearly a double standard there, because they have an outcome that they have to stick to. And that's why I think to myself, thank goodness I'm not a believer, because there must be a civil war going on in their head. In the sense of like,
so true. I actually made a video about this. I feel so sorry for Muslims, showing exactly this.
Did you? Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
By the way, I'd like to propose a syllogism, because Marshall has just made a claim. So I thought, okay, in the Quran, it says every living thing is made out of water. Is Allah alive? Yes, he is alive. That means Allah is made out of water.
Oh, well, of course.
No, I said to you that Allah is unlike his creators, meaning that whatever you think of he is not. So you just can't think of God being.
So he's not alive?
No. Yes, exactly.
No, he said to me that show me something in the Quran that is not true, and I have showed him.
No. That is Marshall. That is not true. That is not correct. No. That's not what I said.
What did you say?
His second question is
show me something in the Quran that can be tested and turns out to be true.
I gave you a scientific fact.
No, you did not.
Rob, since you are
not Rob.
Maybe
let me ask. Is Allah alive? Yes. Is everything alive made from water? Yes. Allah is made from water.
That's not. Yeah. Don't try to impose what you think on me, okay?
This is logics.
At least, no. You asked me to give you a scientific fact from the Quran, okay?
No, I did not.
Give me something that is testable from the Quran.
No, I did not.
Oh, you're lying.
I said, give me something that is testable and turns out to be true.
I have just given a sign.
No, you have not.
In modern time, science has come. Most scientists, they are unanimous that what the Quran said about every single being is correct.
No, they have not.
I have just Rob, do you believe that every single being is made up of water?
I don't know. I'm actually looking that up now. But do you mean
of course not. What can be made up from water? Only water can be made from water.
No, every single living is made up of 80% of water.
Oh, is that what the Quran says? 80% of water? I didn't read that.
No. The Quran does not specify, but those scientists...
Can you show me in the Quran where it says every living thing is made from 80% of water?
Please, stop lying. It didn't say that. It doesn't say that.
Well, that's what you just said, what it says.
I said scientists 1400 years ago, the Quran mentions that every single being is made up of water. And
that's
today,
correct. That's not correct. That's wrong.
Then you gotta disprove it then.
I don't need to disprove it. You need to prove it. When are you guys going to understand? You cannot reverse the burden of proof. If you make a claim, you need to prove it. I said, is Allah alive? Yes. Everything alive is made out of water. Allah is made from water.
You are the most disingenuous person I have ever seen. You are making a claim and you think it's true. How can you I said I have given you what the Quran says, and then you came and say, oh, that's not true. How? What you said is not true as well.
Prove it.
I have just given you what science says.
No, you have not.
What the fuck? Okay, you want me to send you the link, right?
No, I want you to prove that something can be made from water. Give me something that is made from water.
Can you? Okay.
If everything alive was Marshall,
okay. No. I'm gonna speak now, and I'm gonna explain to you. And please stop interrupting. I'm gonna give you what the Quran says and what science says as well. Okay.
I know what the Quran says. The Quran says every living thing is made from water. Well, Allah is alive. Every living thing is made from water. Allah is made from water.
Okay, let me tell you something. The Quran does not say Allah is alive.
No, I said the Quran says every living thing is made from water. You said then Allah is alive. Therefore, Allah is made from water.
How do you know Allah is made up of water? You're making the claim.
Correct. It's logics.
Then you gotta prove it then.
Okay, I'll prove it again. The Quran says every living thing is made out of water. You say Allah is alive. Therefore, every living thing is alive. Allah is alive. Allah is made from water.
Liar. I didn't say Allah is alive. I didn't say that. You're a liar.
I asked you, is Allah alive? And you said, yes, he is alive.
Let me give you.
So Allah is not alive. So Allah is dead. Okay.
You have to, you have to understand some things.
Can something be dead or alive? Yes. Can something be dead and alive? No.
Can you just stop interrupting, please? I'm saying what the Quran. I'm giving you what the Quran says about Allah. It says, it doesn't say he is alive. Okay. Because you're adding
it words. Doesn't say he is not alive. What?
Yes, it doesn't say that. So where do you come with?
Double negative.
Okay, is God alive or not?
Where do you come with that?
I'm asking you a question. Is Allah alive, yes or no?
I said, where do you come with that? Answer the question.
Where do I come with that? I don't come with that. I'm asking you a question. Do you think Allah is alive, yes or no?
The Quran says Allah is alive.
Okay. Am I asking you or the Quran?
Because the Quran is at the end. Okay, I'm gonna shut up until it's finished.
Okay. How can I stop teasing you? Come on. It's
not going to go anywhere.
Logics 101. Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to go anywhere.
I think stop. You're not honest. Honestly, you're a big liar because you're trying to add words.
Okay, look, the whole thing is still me asking, show me something in the Quran that can be tested and is true. And he can't. So he came up with the idea that everything is made out of water. It's stupid. So Allah is made of water. Okay, I'm going to keep quiet.
Okay, I'm glad we've established that. Let's move on, or we can finish it up.
Let me say something. Just because you're trying to say something, you think that it's true. It's not true. Don't be happy because you're talking bullshit.
Prove it.
Yeah, because you think what you said is true, but it's not.
I'm just using logics.
I know it's funny, but it really hurts because you think that what you said is correct, but you're actually not. You're just a liar.
Okay.
All right, shall we move on?
Don't get upset.
Yeah, please.
Wait until the prayer call is gone there, because I tell you, Marshall, I don't know where. Obviously, that's the area you're in Morocco.
You know, my house,
but it sounds like you're living next to a
my
market or something.
My house is close to the mosque. This is why you hear it there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Have you got lots of
but
birds?
I'm able to close the window.
It's beautiful. I love it.
We don't.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. What do you think?
Okay, we'll mute you for a little while. Let's just finish this off.
Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah, I was looking to see if there's any animal that isn't, quote, made of water or comprised in some way of water. I'm not sure if there is.
They all need water in some way or another.
But I was looking
Look it up.
because there was the Cassini spacecraft that went around Saturn, and they've picked up potential signs of life on one of the moons there, and there's no water on that moon. So I'll be interested if they in fact do find signs of life elsewhere in our solar system, because nowhere else in the solar system is there any water. So it'll be interesting if there are creatures, and there's no reason why creatures have to have water necessarily, except on Earth as we understand it. But there could well be creatures in the universe that don't, and it could well be within our solar system. So as I say, there was a Cassini spacecraft here that went around Saturn, and one of the moons here, the moon Enceladus, I don't know how you pronounce that, I probably pronounced that badly. Here's the name of the moon. I was just looking at that. I don't think they've actually found life yet, but it would be fascinating if they did find life somewhere else. In another world. But no doubt.
So Rob, does science say that every single living is made up of a particular percentage of water?
I haven't had a look, but I'm quite happy to concede that it's
quite
probable. Okay, well, let me finish, dude.
At least you are being honest, but the other guy called stop. He was making the claim and he doesn't even know. At least you're honest.
Well, what I'm saying is that there's quite potentially, as far as I'm aware, most animals, if not all of them, I don't know for sure, have got some percentage of water, or have some H2O within them. I don't know if there isn't an animal that has it or doesn't have it. But what is that? What are you hoping that proves for you?
No, he asked me to provide him with a scientific fact from the Qur'an that is testable. Okay, what did you? He said, "Can you give me something from the Qur'an that can be proven true?" Yes, this is what you said.
Can you bring me something that is testable in the Quran and turns out to be true?
I have given you a fact from the Quran that was proven to be true.
No, you have not.
What's that fact? Can you repeat it?
Oh my goodness! I think you're doing it purposely. I have. Okay, let me read it to you.
It's a conspiracy.
Okay, let me read it to you again. Go to the Quran 24:45. If you got a Quran there, go to this verse.
Surah 24.
24:45.
45. Okay.
Yes. And it says, and God has created every animal from water.
And that is wrong.
Oh my goodness. Okay, can you disprove it?
I don't have to disprove it. You need to prove that everything alive is made from water. Show me something that you can make from water.
You are stupid because you saying it's not true, but you can't prove it.
Show me something that you can make from water.
Okay, you know what? Okay, you are made up of water. You are.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're made up of pee. I know.
Okay, Marshall, I think the challenge here is that I'm reading it here from the Yusuf Ali translation. Allah has created every animal from water. And if I take that literally, then obviously that's not true. If you want to claim that was the first animal that was ever created, was created or came into being from water, that could well be true. We don't know how the first animal came into life. But why should I accept that that's the translation? Because if I read this, it says that every animal is created from water. Now, obviously, we're not created from water.
So,
what we are actually created from is stardust. stars that exploded are what we are made of. We could not be here if stars don't explode, because we could not be here from the light elements that came around by the Big Bang. Those elements are not what we are composed of. We are composed mostly of heavy elements, which can only be created in the furnaces of exploding stars. So when we have a supernova, the material from the supernova is why we are here. So if we are strictly speaking, that's what we are originally created from.
Exactly. We are carbon-based, not water-based.
Now, it's true that we have water within us, but to use that example...
So you are saying that the living thing do not contain water.
No, we didn't say that. No. You must listen again. Try and do what I told you, which is to listen and to repeat what I'm saying. Then you don't make up your own version of what I said. What did I just say to you about how are we created? What are the elements in us and how did we come about?
Okay, does our body contain water or not? Yes.
Repeat to me what I said so I know that you heard me.
But repeat what I said too. Don't try to impose what you want to say.
This is futile. Rob, you can't.
Because you guys are really, because you're trying, what you're saying is the most correct, but it's not. At least give me the chance to express what I...
Show me something that can be made from water, and don't come with whiskey and water. It's what can be made out of water.
You are.
I'm not made from water.
You are made up of a particular percentage of water.
It doesn't say in the Quran that the human body is made from a certain percentage of water. It says every living thing is created from water.
Yes.
Okay, but do you see, Marshall, that you now have to explain that differently? Because if we take that literally, which there's no reason to suggest we shouldn't, and Allah has created every animal from water, and of them there are some that creep on their bellies, some that walk on 2 legs, and some that walk on 4. Allah creates what He wills. For very Allah has the power over all things. Now, if I'm taking that literally, and I've just explained to you that originally, if we wind, at what point do we wind the clock back? Is there anywhere in the Quran that says where do we wind the clock back to? Just do we go back to the Big Bang? Do we go back to the time of the stars? Because strictly speaking, if we're going to be accurate, then we have to have the stars for us to be here. We could not be here without stars. Do you understand and agree with that?
I don't know. You know what? I'm going to try to give him something else apart from that. Because he's trying.
Can you answer the question? Otherwise, I think we'll finish it off.
Yeah. No, finish it off. I mean, you can't.
Because
you're just going to repeat it.
Okay, you can finish. You did not answer the question. How can I answer your question?
I've just
said you're just repeating it over and over. You cannot just repeat things over and over. That's it.
Marshall, I do want you to answer questions. Otherwise, I don't think it's useful you being a panelist here. If I ask you something, then answer the question, and I'll do the same for you. I think I've answered questions.
Okay, what is your question?
My question is, if I've explained to you, do you agree that in order for us to have been created, we need to have had stars explode? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if that's true, that we required stars to be here today, how then do you want to go forward and say that we're created from water? Because in actual fact, if we go back to the very beginning of what's required for us to be in existence, it is stars exploding. We could not have been here if there were no galaxies. There were not enough elements to make up our bodies. So in order for our bodies to be here in the way they are, when science has broken down our bodies, we need heavy elements. Heavy elements are just particles that can only be created in the furnace of exploding stars. When a star explodes, the heat and gravity and pressure makes these particles, and that's what we're made of primarily.
Okay. Yes, fine. So do you know, okay, here's my question to you. Do you know of those particles which we are made of? Do you have, I mean, do you know if those particles contain water or not?
Amongst those particles, there is H2O, yes.
Yes, so the Quran got it correct then.
No. Listen again. We have some water within us, but we weren't created from water.
Yeah, but the Quran does not say we are created from water. It says every single living contains water. That's what the Quran says.
Let me read it to you again. I've got it here in front of me. Yusuf Ali, and Allah has created every animal from water, and of them that creep on their bellies, some of them walk on 2 legs, and some that walk on 4. It's very clear to me, Allah has created every animal from water.
I got a different translation here.
Okay, I'll give you a Pickford translation now. I've got 5 translations here.
Water of them, there are some that creep on their food.
Allah hath created every animal from water is the Pickford translation. Mufti, Allah has created every moving creature from water. That's the Mufti. Usami translation, Dr. Moshan, I don't know if I've pronounced it. Allah has created every moving, living creature from water. They all say the same thing to me.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so I don't think that's a good example. Would you agree?
Okay. Yeah.
Because there's a difference between being created from something and containing something. So your argument is we contain.
Yeah, I can say.
Yes,
I can say.
we all contain water.
There, yeah, because right. Because it says creation from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are created from stardust. That's originally what we created from. Now, if the Qur'an had said, all of you who walk on this earth were created from stardust, from the heavy elements of exploding stars, now you'd have my very full attention. I'd be going, okay, nobody in the world would have known that. Now you've got my attention. As it stands, I'm afraid my attention isn't quite so closely looking.
Okay, Rob, we were talking, Stops asked me about an embryological description in the Quran, and he said that because so far I have seen a lot of scientists, they never said that the Quranic, embryological is incorrect. This is what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for scientists.
I'll give you one right now. I'll give you one right now.
Hold on. I'm looking for an embryologist who is specialized in this field to say that the Quran got it incorrect, so then I can accept it.
Sure. Okay, I'll give it to you right now. 1 second.
I will accept it. I got a problem.
Right, here we go. Here it is for you, and here it is for everybody else. Do you know who P.T. Myers is?
Not really.
Okay, look him up. He's a evolutionary biologist. And so there was your favorite guys, Hamza Tzortzis, meeting and talking. You can watch it afterwards. And they challenge him, and he basically says to them, "No, you're wrong." Okay, in those words. It's not like he's dancing around and saying maybe.
Okay, is he specialized in this field?
Yes, he's a specialist in this field.
Fine. I'm gonna watch it. Let him get back.
Yep, so. You go and watch it, because Tzortzis approaches him there with Adnan Rashid, and they challenge him, and he basically says that. And he's saying no, they're wrong on how embryology, the process of embryology that's spoken about in the Quran is incorrect.
I still remember that you said Kit Moore is not honest. So what he said is incorrect. It's not. He was lying. Yeah.
Who?
Kit Moore.
Keith Moore. Yeah, he's done a lot of damage for Islam. Yeah.
So no. Was he lying when he said it's correct?
Either he didn't know or he was lying. One of the two. So either he was incorrect or he was dishonest.
Was he lying because you said he is dishonest?
I don't think I've ever said he's dishonest. I've said that he's at least incorrect, if not dishonest.
No, because
I don't know whether he's dishonest, but I certainly I know that he's incorrect.
Oh, okay.
And if you go and look up the story with Keith Moore, probably find you a video on that as well.
I did 15. He's actively lying.
Cool. Okay, so you've done one. Okay, great.
Many.
Okay, great.
I even asked the question, who the fuck is Keith Moore? And I showed every single thing where he's lying and lying and lying. It is not correct.
Okay, so he's knowingly telling.
But the thing is, there's only one guy. Marshall, there is one guy who says, yes, it is correct. And there are 50 million who say it's not. Are you going to believe the one guy without facts, without any experiments, without any papers, without anything to substantiate it, who says, oh yeah, Allahu Akbar, everything is correct and Allah is the great? Or are you going to go and look at Keith Moore's books? I mean, the same book where the 3rd edition, the red edition, was modified by a Muslim from Yemen. And then you take the other 9 editions of the very same book, where he says the opposite of what he says in the 3rd edition. And then you know where the truth is. You are being disingenuous, you are being academically, intellectually lazy, You are not looking at the facts.
I am.
I think Marshall.
No, you're not.
Marshall, the biggest problem
Look,
I noticed here.
I didn't, Rob, I did not know, because how am I supposed to know that Keith Moore was lying? Because I took his words literally.
Okay, but that's what we're trying to caution you with
So,
here, is taking.
I know,
Why didn't you take anybody else's word? He's a minority.
And then how am I supposed to quit? Because I read about his lie.
Why didn't you read about the mainstream actual academics who don't say what Keith Moore made up? How come you just come across him and listened to him and believed him so easily?
I did not look into it more deeply.
Yeah, but how come you went to that first? You should have gone to what your school textbooks teach you about evolution rather than something so specifically and dishonest.
As I said to you, I had no idea about who he, because you guys are claiming he's disingenuous. So how am I supposed to know he is disingenuous?
No, Marshall, you are making claims which you don't check. You are just saying things, you are copying things, you are repeating things you don't understand. You've never looked at it, you've never checked. This is why Rob told you, go and repeat. Don't just say things you don't understand.
I know. The things that I speak about, because I don't speak of something I have no idea about. For example,
yes, you do.
I said to you, I made what Keith Moore said. I have to look it up even more because I did not know whether what he was saying is correct or not. So how am I supposed to know? I'm a human being.
Well, just enter Keith Moore into Google and see what happens. All of a sudden, you have 15,000 people telling you he's a liar.
I watched his interview. And he said that what Muhammad, I think you have watched that interview, right?
I know Keith Moore to great depths. Yes, I know the interview.
Okay, fine.
All his interviews.
Marshall, can I make a suggestion for you?
Yes.
As soon as you think you've found something that's really supports your position, come onto the show and ask us about it.
Okay, fine. I know you're going to refute it. Okay?
No, it's not a point of refuting, but at least we'll give you the other opinion because that's why I'm saying to you, you're a good example for me. Hang on a second. You're a good example for me of somebody whose critical faculties aren't in full swing here. And I think we've shown that now. And so to help you be more critical, come on the show here and we'll talk about it.
Please, I want to make one point clear because some atheists, they think that I came to the show because I want to win an argument. I'm not here to win. I'm not here to dispute anyone. I'm just here because I said to answer before that I may be wrong. I never claimed that I have certainty in my belief, and this is why I am here. I'm all open to be corrected. I can
verify that when I talk to him one-on-one, he is quite open-minded.
Because I know a lot of people there think that I claim that Islam is the most beautiful, the most honest, the most
I think he's more kind of being devil's advocate here by fleshing out his thoughts, even though he does stick to the same kind of silly things quite a few times. He is trying. I would say that he is trying.
I'm all open to be corrected. I'm all open to any kind of change, but I'm on my way because when you disagree with me about something, I need to define that thing from my own perspective. Then how can I agree with you and I don't know even what you're saying?
That's fine. Take your time. I'm not here to make you wrong, but I am here for you to go think critically. That's my biggest thing.
Because I'm the only Muslim here. Because you guys were all against what Islam teaches, and that was.
Well, yes, we do because we don't think it's true, and actually, it's actively harmful when we observe the world. So it's a double thing for us: A, it's not true; B, it's harmful to the world. And so, yes, I think we are justifiably concerned about this ideology. Not all Muslims, and nobody's ever claimed that.
Okay, please. There is a guy who called the Whigs, whatever his name is. He said that I'm lying because. I'm lying because I said I am all open to be corrected. How is that lying? Seriously.
I think you need to choose who you want to, whose views you want to accept and not accept. It's a free world. You can take whichever one. Here's my thing. Here's an invitation for you. Ayub, when you are finished reading the divine reality,
Yes.
bring it. I will give you time to present the best argument that you get. So here's the way to do it. I'm going to invite you to do this, and it's up to you if you want to. You can say, Rob, I don't want to.
Sure,
Or you can say, yes, I'm very interested, because this will test your understanding. One thing, reading the book, there's another thing to try and explain it. So you read the divine reality, you look through the however many chapters, you come onto the show here and you present. I'll give you 10 or 15 minutes in the presentation style. You can either just talk it or you can present it on slides. However, you give us the best argument you think that book has got. And if you really want our response, the best response we have, tell me ahead of time which chapter it is and what it says, so that I can look it up. Because obviously we can talk about it live, but if you want the best response, then obviously give us what it says. And you go, do you know what, Rob, chapter 3 was the best thing. It told me X, Y, and Z, and I want to present that to you guys and see what you've got to say.
Okay.
Sounds
But
good
if
to me.
I did that and you made up, it's not correct. How am I supposed to take your words? Because you have to provide evidence that it's not correct.
Yes.
Okay, so hang on a second. Couple of things. Number one, you need to provide the claims that are made plus the evidence. We will assess the evidence and then we can accept it or not. And then I don't expect you on the moment to go, do you know what, Rob, I accept your opinion. You go look it up yourself. That's the best thing you can do, is go and use your critical faculties and go, hey, I've read it. Here's what Robson, Stops, and Answer said. I'm going to go look at that versus what it said, and I'm going to go make it a better informed decision. Because at the moment you're just reading it and you've got nobody to challenge you or to bounce your ideas off. All you've got is a book, and it's probably make claims like we've seen already, like I've done this afternoon or earlier on, and you're maybe not able to yet critically analyze that. So we will help you do that, and then you go away and make up your own mind.
And Marshall, I just want to add something. I am spending time with you because in real life, I would go and have a beer with you, okay? What I'm trying to do is really make you think. What I'm trying to do is show you that it's not the best thing to read one opinion and go and accept it and then repeat it. It is not the best way. Go and look at 3 or 4 different sides and then go and make up your mind and show that you have seen the 4 different sides and why it is that you have made up your mind. Remember the last time I said to you in our little private thing, why is it that you believe what you believe? And that is why I'm actually spending time on this, to make you see and to make you think a little bit.
I think you, I can see, I think, but that was a good question. I mean, why does a person believe what he believes? And I have told you before that I believe is because I am convinced to believe, and I really think that it's subjective. So it is my own belief, and I never said that this belief I have is the correct one. I never said that, but I'm convinced it is correct. So you can see the difference here.
No, Marshall, it's not about being correct or right or whatever. This is not one-upmanship here. This is about understanding the methodology. That's it.
Marshall, there's something in the chat there from Pull-Ups. So have a look at the main chat. He's asking there, what do you think about Hamza Sources making a video saying there's no scientific miracles in the Quran? So he's just posted a link there.
Fine.
Might be worth you going to have a look at that.
Whoa. I never watched that video, so I'm gonna watch it right now.
Well, no, save it.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I gotta watch this one.
You can watch it later on. Otherwise, you know, because I guess we're going to finish up now anyway, so that's fine as well.
Bye.
I have learned a lot of things today, honestly.
I think the biggest thing that any of us can teach, and none of us are experts. There's people out there like Ozymandias and many other people who are really high-level experts.
Because look, hang on. Please,
one sec. The biggest thing is to look at what's being read and then and read it out to yourself, like that verse you quoted to me about the living things. When you look at the verse there, instead of it saying that we are composed of water, it says Allah created every animal from water. And so when you look at it that way, because it's very easy to just read it there and then you take your own meaning from it. And so you need to carefully evaluate it. And like I say, we'll always be here on the show, and then you can come and say, hey, Rob, or Stops, or Ansel, or whoever's here, hey, I've read this, what do you guys think? And then you'll get a different opinion probably, and now you can go away and think about it.
you know, I think since Answer and Stop were ex-Muslims, I think they understand
Nope,
what I'm
I've
going
never been a
through.
Muslim.
Okay, but Answer was an ex-Muslim and he understands what I'm going through because when he was at my stage, he was doing the same thing. So you gotta, because I'm just going on my way. Maybe at the end of the day, I'm gonna change my mind, you know. But I'm just doing it. I'm just going on it.
So all I want to do, and other people may have a different opinion, I just want you to raise your critical faculties and be very critical, like you are of evolution and other things. Do that for all your beliefs. If you did that, now you're in a stage where you are, I would say, very intellectually honest. And it's not that every Muslim is dishonest, it's just that they just haven't, it's like a muscle. If you go to the gym, you don't immediately get a big muscle. You've got to keep working at it. And that's the thing that we are trying to do, and hopefully you can do more of.
Okay, fine. Answer. When you were a Muslim, were you going through this stage that I'm going through now or not?
Yeah, to be honest,
Honestly.
To be fair, I did go through a phase like what you're going through, where
exactly. So
I understand it.
People gotta understand this because they think that I'm making massive claims about my religion. I'm just defending what I believe, what I have been taught to be true. Honestly.
Yeah. The thing is, Marshall, you have to demonstrate that by changing your mind a little bit sometimes. If you keep,
I'm going.
Yeah, but if you keep bringing up the same kind of things like embryology and scientific miracles.
I know. Today, I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is when you change your mind, it gives us a lot of hope. And I've seen you do that before. So
do you know what I need? Do you know what I, as Rob said, when I'm making a claim, I need someone who is.
Yeah, you need to see it from both sides. Yeah, you need to see it from both sides at least.
Who will be there for me and prove me incorrect, so that I can take because since I'm the one making those claims and there is no one here who would challenge them and disprove them, then I will always believe in them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To be honest with you, I think you're quite lucky that you've got someone like Stops around, because he really knows what he's talking about. He really does.
No, even I got a lot of atheists. All my friends are atheists, but I'm the one Muslim, and they will always talk to me. You know, honestly,
you must get a lot of attention. You must get a lot of attention.
Because they always come to me and be like, "Hey, are you still a Muslim?" And they would laugh and you know.
Yeah. No, it's all good, but the thing is though is these things that people like Rob and Stops like say to you, and more importantly the links they send you, you really have to watch those things and pay attention.
I will.
And stick to the point.
People, people must understand that when a person is raised and brought in a Muslim family,
Marshall, I understand what you're talking about from personal experience, but trust me, these guys understand it as well. Because if you were to type into Google cognitive dissonance, you will understand that it's a typical thing. This is not new. We all understand this. Even non-ex-Muslims understand, believing in something and having to change your mind. Anything that we learn new that challenges our preconceived beliefs. Like if we suddenly learned that gravity is not true and there's a different explanation for what we thought was gravity, what we observed to be gravity, we'd all be shocked. We'd all suddenly have to reevaluate the way that we look at the physical world, because we've relied on it so much throughout our lives from birth that we'd have to reassemble how we view the world completely. So anything that makes you readjust like that, uncomfortable, but that's the beauty. It's what you need. Comfortableness is exactly what you need to progress, to move forward, to learn, to be more and better than you were yesterday or 5 minutes ago. And some of us, we've learned to love that feeling, and because we love to learn and find out stuff. And you just got to tap into that side of things.
Clap, 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 clap. Exactly. Well said.
I would echo everything that Anza said there, Marshall. And it's a case of, if you think you've got something, put it into your own words. If you're quoting somebody else and you're just doing verbatim, then all you're doing is like parrot fashing. So if you finish that book, make a little bit of a summary of what your understanding is, and then you present it to us and we'll critique it for you, because now you're giving us what you understand, which is, for me, much more important than you copying and pasting something from a book that you don't really understand properly. So make an understanding. But I echo everything that Answer is saying there. Answer is saying
because he himself, what I like about Answer, because I was talking to him and he said his story was actually similar to mine. He went through a lot of shit and then he ended up with this. He was questioning the Qur'an. He was questioning, is there Allah? Is there someone who is God? And this is a normal stage because I'm going through as well.
Okay, but is he a worse person for it?
What?
Is he a worse person for it?
What do you mean? I did not. Is he what?
A worse person for leaving Islam?
No, of course not.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that is the most brilliant thing you have said since I know you.
The other thing I would suggest to you is start to get comfortable with I don't know or discomfort in the world. If you can value truth over comfort, then you're on the way. Because we will.
As I said,
we'll change our minds, but we need good evidence, whether we think it's comfortable or not. But when you get to the level of I will believe whatever's true. All the Muslim comments I got on the videos that I put up about Sabur, it was brilliant, actually. Everybody thinks, oh, it's a bad thing. It was brilliant for me because it showed me how many Muslims don't care about truth.
Exactly.
And that's actually valuable.
I talked to Sabur just 2 days ago on WhatsApp, and he said to me that I was asking him those because I'm not all knowledgeable, so I may be wrong. And I was asking him this question about the Quran, and he's not saying what you guys saying now. He was saying that the Quran got it all correct, and you guys, this is contradictory to me because this is why I get confused. I don't know which one I believe. Is it you or him?
So my suggestion to you is write down or record whatever he says, then bring his argument here, and we will critique it. And if he's got some point, which is probably doubtful, but if there is some point that's true or part of it is true, then I'm happy to say that part's true, but this part isn't, or whatever the case is. But I would be cautious.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But I would be cautious of him and the IO crew now. For me, these guys are dishonest. I think if you want to have, conversations, find a Muslim who's really believes what they say and they would change their mind. I don't think these guys would change their mind, and I actually now believe that whole IERA crew is dishonest, and that's very different from being incorrect. One thing is being incorrect. We can all be incorrect, but I think most of us prize honesty over virtually everything else. Honesty and truth are the two big things. Well, certainly for me anyway. I can't speak for everybody else, but I'm assuming it's the same for everybody else. And I'd be cautious now. So if I ever speak to him again in the park, I've got 3 conditions in order to speak to him, and everything he says I'm going to disbelieve by default. That's my starting position now. So I would be cautious who you speak to.
I always talk to Hamza, Hamza, right? The English guy, yeah?
Yeah.
And whenever I get a question, he always said to me, if you got a question, please do ask me. And I do ask him, and his answers are always positive. He always be like, yes, it's correct and it's not wrong. So I am confused. I don't know which one should I believe.
Okay, but ask him.
Therefore, I need to look it up by myself and come to that conclusion by my own self.
Okay, but here's the thing to do. That's a very good thing to do, and the thing to ask any of these guys that you're asking, that's fine to ask people. That's great. Don't ask them, but ask them why. And when they give you they say it's right, say your default question, and you do it with us, but I'm not sure you do it with them, is why do you say that? Or give me the evidence. So the claim about being created from water. If he goes and says that's correct, well, why do you say that's correct? Because I spoke to other people and they say we were created from stardust. Now, water and stardust are not the same thing, and only one of them can be true. So what is his reasons for suggesting that we are created from water as opposed to consisting of water? And now you listen to what he says, and either you can make up your own mind or you can come and tell us what he said and we can share our thoughts, and then you can go away again. Maybe it takes you 6 years to make up your mind, but as long as you're thinking about it yourself, I think that's the main thing.
Yes.
Okay, guys.
I think, as you said, I think that makes sense. I just should not check what person says literally. I need to question things. Yeah.
But ask them why as well. You're asking us why, which is good. We'll give you our why as best we can.
But in general, I just need to use my critical thinking.
Yeah, that's the muscle to exercise a lot. And so part of your critical thinking is you know, why somebody's saying this. Have they got good reasons?
But this is the problem that, including myself, all other Muslims, they don't question things because they were born within that culture, so they cannot get out of that culture.
It's true. It's the most difficult thing.
So,
and
it's true.
Yeah, and that's why you're struggling with it as well.
Exactly, because I was born and raised within this culture.
Indoctrination and brainwashing is incredibly thick.
Exactly. I would agree with that. People are brainwashed because they were born inside of this culture and they were taught that Islam is the truth and they're gonna go.
But you don't want to be like that, though.
Paradise. So
you don't want to be like that, though, do you?
I feel it. Yeah, I know, but I feel it's really, really, really hard to get from this because it's like a part of it becomes like a part of my life, you know.
But again,
Marshall, ask yourself another question. How come these guys from Speaker's Corner will never go here on the Jinn&Tonic show? Why is that? They will not, because they are shit scared.
I asked Hamza just 2 days ago. I asked him, can he come on the show? And he was like, no, I don't want to be on the show, bro, because he got a problem with him. I don't know exactly what happened, but that's what he said.
Yeah, they're shit scared. This is the whole point. Ask yourself why. Why?
I don't know what he. Yeah, I don't know.
Because maybe, we don't let ourselves be bullshit. This is the whole point, because all they do, if you ask somebody like Hamza, I mean Redbeard Hamza now, if you ask him a question, he is going to go off on a tangent. He will preach to you for half an hour until you don't even know what he said anymore. This is the point, and here it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I think there's also a mentality, and I have to say it, and I would say it to Hamza directly as well, there's a different mentality. The mentality of Hamza and some Muslims, not all necessarily, but some, is it's like a game to them, and it's winning and losing. And this to me is not an intellectually mature outlook. It isn't about winning or losing. It's easy to make somebody look stupid. Obviously, people think, oh, I looked stupid when I spoke to Sabur because I didn't have some answers. What's important is truth. And so to go there to try and make somebody look stupid, or to rinse somebody, or to school somebody, this is not a mature intellectual approach to a conversation.
Yes. Even Rob, when Rob debated Sabur, a lot of Muslims were like, oh, Sabur actually, you know, he made Rob look stupid and so on, you know.
Really?
Yeah. Even Hamza did. Even Hamza said, you gotta watch that video. Sabur got him killed.
Yeah, you see, that's not an intellectually mature or honest approach.
Honestly, I think Sabur was making some good points. I'm not denying it, but
you find one and let us know what you think was good. I mean, I've done the 2 videos now. I've gone through it. Yeah. So if you can find something that you think is a real knockdown, or something that really you think he did brilliantly on, come and tell us about it, and then we can discuss it. Because that's the way, you know, the moment you think you've got something, come and speak to us, and then we'll
take
see.
one point at a time. Don't jump around. Take one point and argue it. Stick to it. One point at a time.
Yeah. You know, exactly. So, And as I was saying, because I'm the one, maybe the university that I go to, a lot of friends of mine, they were Muslims and then they become atheists because of, as you said, they went through a lot of investigation, a lot of research, and then they ended up with what they are now. And whenever I talk to them, they be like, oh no, you have to question the Quran, you have to question what the Quran really says. And honestly, I don't really question what the Quran says. You know, literally, I do question it a little bit, but I don't go through it deeply. I just take it literally, you know. And this is why I need, honestly, to, you know.
That's why Rob made the suggestion. Follow the suggestion. Take the book by Hamza. Give us the best opinion. This would be a brilliant exercise.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, guys, are we done for today?
Yeah. I just hope guys do not, because a lot of people there, they think that I'm disingenuous because I believe in Islam and all that shit. People are really, you know. I'm just going through it, man. I'm on my way. I'm searching for the truth.
Are you really?
I am, bro. What do you think?
Well, the thing is, you don't read the Quran the way that it's supposed to be read. You don't look at it word for word and in the context. But we're not going to go there. We're going to stop the show for today. We've mapped out what you're going to do. Next week, we're going to have a test for you, and that's it.
Please, I think you really need to understand something. When a person is born within a culture, it's really hard for him to get from that culture easily. It takes a lot of time.
No, I was born into the culture, and I know what it took.
But at least you're asking me to do, because I do question things, but I don't literally accept them just like that.
Okay, we're not repeating everything. It's fine. We've done it. We know what you're going to. Are you going to accept this? Are you going to look at the book by Hamza, and are you going to find an argument that you are going to present and argue? Is that something that you want to do, that you will do?
So, look, I'm saying, because if you were born within society which believes in,
okay, we all know that. The question is, are you going to go what Rob suggested?
Absolutely, definitely.
Okay, thank you. That is gaining a lot of respect by everybody here if you are really going to do that, really.
For example, look, what I'm saying to you, if a person was born in India and he became a Hindu,
we all know that.
You can't blame him, because that's where he was born.
Yeah, but we can point out when he's not using critical faculties. Okay, guys, what's the suggestion for next week? I don't expect you to have it ready for next week. That might be a bit soon, but
okay. Can you talk about how to use our critical thinking? So I can benefit from that.
Well, that's 15 minutes.
Just finish that book and move on to something else.
Oh, well, let's have a topic. I'm not sure how to use your critical thinking.
Actually, do you know the Michael Shermer, the bullshit detector? The 10 points.
I like Shermer.
No, I haven't seen that. Stops. Maybe you can send me a link or something.
Came up with this. Okay, all right. Then I'll do 10 minutes. Yeah, 15, 20.
Sorry, what you're going to do?
The bullshit detector.
Oh, okay, perfect. So you're going to do that for next week? Okay, perfect. So Stops is going to do, what are we going to call out? Is it going to be the Gin and Tonic show, the bullshit detector rundown or something?
No, skeptical analysis.
Skeptical analysis. I like it. Okay, perfect. All right, guys.
That's a good one.
That sounds good. Skeptical analysis. Okay, I'll set that show up for next week. And Stops will give us the 10 points skeptical analysis. Make sure you hear Marshall and you pay attention to that. That'll be good for you.
So I would try to bring Hamza over here.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Epic.
Maybe he I doubt
Mansour and Imran and Sabur.
I don't think any of them want to come on here.
You know why? The reason why Hamza is not willing to be on the show, because he said he does not want to give credit to Rob.
It's bullshit. This is why you need the bullshit detector to know when he's talking bullshit.
I'm just being honest. I'm telling you what he said to me.
Yeah,
sorry.
Use
skeptical analysis, and you will see that it's wrong.
Does he turn down anybody? He'll argue with anybody. He'll argue with a pigeon.
I'm not sure he would. I think the speaker's corner, because he's got an audience and a camera, and that maybe is what he thinks is his medium.
That one. You got a channel called.
Yeah, we all know the channel name.
But Rob, did you ever do? I did this. I switched off the sound, and then I watched Hamza's face when you were debating Sabur, and I spent like 10 minutes only watching Hamza's face, the way that it was going from broad smile to what's going on? Oh shit! Oh yes! It was so great just to follow only the facial expression. The body language of Hamza while you were discussing this Subur guy. It was so brilliant.
I can't say that I did. I was focusing more on what was being said rather than what Hamza was doing in the background.
Yeah, but if you had 4 hours on the train, this is what the kind of thing that you come up with.
Yes, yeah, because obviously he was a cheerleader there. And then, of course, at the end there, he says the other guy's going to dig his grave now.
Yeah, so, exactly.
Yeah, so obviously...
But it doesn't happen, the facial expression, woof, walk.
Yes, yeah. But of course, he's, as they all are, in my view, they're all guilty of not critically thinking.
No, this is true, absolutely. Totally true. Absolutely. Okay, bye, Abu.
Yes, yeah. So guys, thank you so much. Thanks, Marshall, for being on. Thanks for listening to it, and hopefully take something away. And Stops will give us a good education on critical thinking, skeptical points next week. Thanks to all the viewers. Thank you to Answer, Marshall, Stops, and to all of you viewing and in the chat. Thanks so much, and we will see you next Friday.
Bye.
Ooh,
Cheers,
bye.
guys.
Sorry, Abu.